Hey everyone, I'm Adam.
Oh, hi, I'm Debbie.
And me, I'm Sunny Justice, and this is how we close. One sec, guys. One sec, guys. I don't know why my thing didn't play. Give it a second. You guys will be right back. I'm just going to play one quick thing before we get started. So just give us a second, okay? Video file. Share. There it is. Okay. Warning, there might be some content in here that you might find disturbing. If you feel that way, we are letting you know ahead of time. So if you feel like this is not for you, then please do not be watching today's live with us. As for the others, please, thank you for joining Adam and myself from It's a Criming Shame. Of course, Deb can't be with us, but Steve from True Crime Web is here with us tonight, and we couldn't be more thankful yet again. We'll be going over the dark web and the web rooms and many other topics within regards to this as well, and the Delphi murders. And again, there's a survey poll out there, so feel free to answer the question. And I believe it says, have you ever accessed the dark web before? If there is anyone out there watching today that has accessed the dark web and you feel like you want to come on as a guest with us tonight and talk a bit about it, please feel free. We would love to have you on. Thank you, everyone. Now let's enjoy the show. Okay, so there we go. All right. So again, if there's anyone that feels like they do not want to be part of this, please do not watch this live tonight. Other than that, thank you very much, of course, Steve, for joining us again. Hi, Adam. Oh, Adam had a live this morning as, I still laugh that I thought that was a thumbnail that you had made.
You dared me.
Okay, I know. I was like, because remember we were talking about it, Adam, and then all of a sudden you guys all disappeared from Messenger, and I was like, where'd everybody go? Okay, and then I went back to sleep, and I wake up thinking I'm looking at a thumbnail, and I realize it's a live. So again, kudos to you, Adam, for the live this morning. I only caught the bits and pieces of it towards at whatever point there.
Right.
So yeah, and thank you to anyone else that was watching Adam
Yeah.
this morning.
Thank you, everyone that came
Yeah.
in, because I was convinced that it was going to be me and like one other person or something, and that I was going to
Oh,
crash and burn. So
yeah.
thank you so much for everyone. I
Hey,
felt
go ahead. Sorry.
I felt really supported, and I really appreciate Sloopy coming in and talking with me. Oh,
Yeah.
look at that,
Yeah.
Sunny.
I know. That's what QWERTY, right? And again, thank you guys for your donations that you made on Adam's live this morning. I know QWERTY was one of them. I think Sloopy I seen too. Um,
Callie.
Callie.
Um,
Okay. And there was someone named Vanessa,
mhm,
I think.
mhm.
There was somebody else, but I'd have to take a look. Anyways, I can go back over that at the end of the night. And so thank you. And yes, Steve did bring his chapstick close enough. You know what? It works, right? Carmax.
Right.
Okay. So again, Steve, thank you for being so gracious to do your live, and then of course to come over to our live after this. As you know, I had a guest that was supposed to have come on tonight. And then this 5:30 this morning I got a message saying that he canceled. So it is what it is. Life goes on. But you know what? There's still a lot of stuff that we're gonna talk to you about, show you, and go over. And yeah, and so let's see here. I'm just gonna start off a little bit myself with about the dark web. So there's this a game. It's called Welcome to the Game, and the guest that was supposed to be on tonight was telling me about this game and how it was based around the dark web and red rooms. So basically, this game is set up to be just like going into the deep dark web. Now, in order to access the deep dark web, you have to use a browser, and that browser is called Tor. And so that's the only way you can access it, and you can't even access it in full screen. Basically, there's let's see, different levels of the web. In the dark web, there's not browser, Google search, but you know how Google is a search engine? Well, theirs is called DuckDuckGo. And of course, there was something here I'm just going to read to you because it's probably easier to say it. So basically, a long time ago, the army, like the US, decided when they wanted to send really secret information, they didn't want other people to have access to it. So there's this basically domain called Onion. So everything was sent through Onion. And Onion is basically like, let's say it's like having 5 VPNs in a sense. It's like being in Germany, then it routes you off to maybe New Zealand, then it routes you off to maybe England, then it routes you back, off to USA, and then it takes you somewhere else. So it's about multiple levels of protection in a sense, so that really that nobody can see what you're doing in a sense and who you are. And it's so just a way of hiding from things, but it's not just used for people that do say necessarily bad things. It's for people that just don't want to put their stuff out there, their personal stuff, and go through the different say levels. But then there's the deeper levels, of course, that you can go, which are called the red rooms, being I believe one of the deepest. Now I don't want to act like I know all about the dark web. I've never accessed it, although my friend at work, I asked him, hey, you know what? My guest canceled on me tonight. Have you ever by chance gone on the dark web? And he was like, well, yes, I have. But he didn't, he said the most thing that he ever did was basically protecting like Wi-Fi, like hacking into Wi-Fi and stuff like that, especially once he realized basically if somebody can come into your computer and they can do a lot of damage to it. So he did things more for the good of it, not to go on there and do different things. So he was basically showing me, and I'm gonna show you actually right here. I'm just gonna share a screen window with you. Chrome tab, and well, let me show you this one first. Okay. So it says, what does onion refer to? Onion is a top level domain in the domain name system of the internet, designed for use when domain names must be hidden from public scrutiny, typically because they indicate a location where illegal activity is taking place. This TLD was originally created in 2001 by Brian McCahan, I don't know, as part of the Enigma project, which also included code names such as .I2P and .ARPA. These TLDs were meant to mitigate concerns about snooping by governments and corporations who could see your encrypted stuff, traffic on the internet, if they had to control on your DNS. So I'm not going to read everything like that, but I'm going to put in our uh, chat. I'll just drop a link if anyone does want to go read up more about it. Okay, now I'm just going to stop sharing screen there. And so I'm just going to take you over to another tab here. And is this the one? Yeah, this is the one, I believe. No, that's not the one. Sorry, guys. Oh, here it is down here. Okay. So if you type into Google hidden wiki, okay, so that's basically kind of like the dark web in a sense. You're not in the dark web because you need Tor in order to access the dark web. But if you go to hidden wiki and then you start scrolling down, you will see Bitcoin anonymous. How do you say that? I always hate saying that word. Drugstores, etc., etc., etc. Viagra, but cheaper. Cell phones vendor. All these different PayPal, eBay, and bank accounts. You know, it's crazy just the stuff that's on there.
Sounds like a lot of ways for someone to steal your money and identity.
Yeah. So, yes, by invitation. Yes, invitation only, and you're going to have to pay quite a bit to get the access. Absolutely. And so, for instance, let me just go to my. Let's see. We'll start off here. We'll go to this. I'm just going to kind of show you guys this stuff, and then we'll get into talking about everything. And so, share screen again. And like I said, I'm not well versed in the whole dark web. I only know what I've read and what people have told me, and I know that, like I said, it's not a place that I ever want to go or will go.
Right.
But I find it intriguing about what hides behind it, and why, like kind of like more why is no different than when I watch 48 Hours. I don't really like hearing about the murders, but I like watching how they go about processing a crime scene, what they do, their first steps, and different things. Okay, so anyway, so here's psychedelics, and here, right, 50 times LSD blotter. They got stuff for this. My friend at work, he just was showing me because he was on the dark web showing me. He was only in kind of like the main top level of it, but obviously the deeper down you go. Now, what the guest that was supposed to be on tonight had said to me was that the deeper you go, the more scarier it is because you can get hunted. So let's just say you piss somebody off, or somebody doesn't like you or whatever, and then maybe they'll come after you, start hunting you in a sense. So he said it can be very scary, and I honestly I feel bad that he did cancel, but well, you know what, it is what it is. We'll live with it. But I was very intrigued myself, and I know Steve was, and I'm sure Adam is curious too what he had to say. But anyways, so here again, product destroying someone's life. Your target will have legal problems or financial problems. Proven methods include child porn that always works. That's $1,700 USD. Spreading false information about somebody on social media, not as life ruining, but still nasty. 450. Social engineering to get secrets from a person, private or isn't so. It's very, um, very crazy when you start reading these things. Let's see.
Are these people for hire? Like
Yes,
they'll
you buy it. Yes, you
Okay.
buy. You buy what you want done to
Okay.
somebody, in a sense, right? Um, 30 days full service. I will work 8 hours per day for 30 days only on your project. $7,500. Right? It's crazy. Only 3 times P99 and 2 times G-Lock. 19 left. You will get new stock and similar weapons once those are sold. Let's see, G-Lock 500 GBP. Right? U.S. fake driver's license, scannable holograms. $200 a pop. It looks like
Now, where
48
were
hours,
those when I was 16?
right?
Okay.
Let's see here. Remote control the phone of someone. Most new models supported. $700. Facebook and Twitter account hacking. $500. Other social network hacks. Reddit or Instagram. 450. What's this one? Full package deal. Get access to personal or company devices and accounts. And the thing is that they can do this stuff. That's the scary part, especially that's the whole point of the web too. Like when you're going down, you're going like I said, it's kind of like you have all these layers, and that's why they call it onion, because it's like peeling away an onion, and you go through different layers, either to get to the deeper part of the web, or in your protection as well. Like I said, it's like almost having 5 6 VPNs, where like I've used VPNs before, and it makes it seem like I'm in the US when I'm really in Canada.
Mhm.
And all I have to do is put my VPN on, and there you go. But you know what? The worst thing I ever think I did when I was thinking about it today was I sent packets to people's IPs back in the ERC days, where you basically flooded them out of their channel. And you just sent packets that targeted their, obviously their system there, and then it would make them crash. That's, I
I'm
think
so naive.
that was, well, back in the day, ERC was a big thing. And of course, the more you hang around something, the more you learn. So back in my day, there was things called All Advantage, Paid to Serve, all these different things. Well, I had a program that somebody made where you can emulate time, and emulating time. So if I didn't want to watch 25 hours a month of some stupid paid surf thing. So I would just
Mhm.
emulate time. Took me a second, emulate 25 hours. So like I said, that's like the worst stuff that I ever tried doing. And back then, though, there was no rules to the internet. Not
Right.
like there is a lot more today. It's still pretty weak. But back then, there was not these rules. It was kind of like a free for all, to be
Yeah.
honest with you. There wasn't no rules to what I was doing. There was no laws to stop it, to be honest.
Yeah.
Basically, the companies would fold because because basically the people the people that want to scam will scam, in a sense, and they're putting out a product that they want people to use, but they didn't have the technology back then to protect themselves properly from people taking advantage of their system, of their program. So what's this one? We offer bulletproof USA passports plus social insurance number, driver's license, birth certificate, and other papers. How do we do it? Trade secret, but we can assure you that you won't have any problems with our papers. So 4,000 will get you to become a citizen with a real US passport.
Well, come on over, Sonny.
Right. Right. You guys, if you guys could donate, do you know what? 5,000 extra thousand just for spending money, right?
Can I ask a question really quick, Sonny?
Sure.
I'll be quiet and let everyone get in. But Steve, when you started in law enforcement, I'm assuming the internet was still relatively new. As law enforcement, like what understanding did y'all have of the internet? And I would assume that a lot of law enforcement agencies didn't even understand how to combat that stuff at the time.
When the internet came online and we started, when I started in the 80s in law enforcement, we weren't even on a computer system. We didn't log in. We weren't in a computer age of even logging in warrants. They were written into these huge 2 foot by 2.5 foot books that were 6 inches thick. It was handwritten, and that was in the mid 80s. Then in the late 80s, now that was our departments. Other departments, they were more advanced. They were into computer systems before that. But in the late 80s and the early 90s is when we had a new jail built for us, and we went totally computers with a new jail. And but of course, our computer systems at that time, our IT, we had access to computer, but it was all in-house. We didn't have any access outside other than through certain computers to protect our systems, because as you go through these learning curves, and the ITs understood that you would be getting hacked and stuff. But in the mid 90s, of course, it got better, and we started getting more access to the internet. And and then, of course, it just progressed from there on. And as you said, that it was, I think, 2000, the dark web. I was already out of law enforcement before Snowden revealed to the world about the abilities of what was out there and what was happening on the dark website. And which he started working for CIA, I think, somewhere around 2006.
Okay.
And started, and everybody, of course, knows Snowden and what he did, and about the government, what they were doing and collecting information.
Right. So if you had randomly had like a woman call the state, the police and say, my daughter was in AOL chat, which was kind of an earlier one, and and a 40-year-old man, tried to come meet her, mm-hmm. would your police department have really even known how to investigate that at the time?
Probably not during the first initial days, until the training programs called up. A lot of times, law enforcement is not so much proactive that we're reactive. Okay. That we actually, until we start seeing, sadly, that have been crimes have been committed to them, that then we have to react, and that comes through revelations that there's a new threat out there to society, and that society, in that manner, we get professionals out there that will come and train us how to address those issues and how to go forward and make sure that we can protect our citizens.
Awesome. So that's probably been a huge advancement in like the way that they really look at it as a science now. So they're more proactive, right?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, and you have to look at even Homeland Security. I think in 2021, some of the research I showed that they have developed a new warning system as far as the domestic terrorism. But anything that Homeland Security will use, and just as Snowden said, that there's a vast network of government agencies out there that collect data to try to protect us. And there's a fine line there between protecting and gathering information that they don't have a right to, and how they use it. And, there's a great argument with civil liberties, even across the dark web of because it's only a small part. When people say dark web, it's almost like they're talking about everything on the dark web is negative. Right. I looked at some numbers today. It's only a small percentage, but it's still vast. I mean, it's 6 point something percent that is actually of the dark web that is harmful as far as what the government analyzes and says. But that's like walking down the street and there's 100 dogs out there and 6 of them will bite you. Okay. Which one? How far do you go down the pack until you get bit? And so there's a lot of great things that the dark web on the side, as far as communications and governments and businesses being able to work, that is positive. I mean, but dark web is such a negative term, and there is certain things out there, and most certainly me and Sonny were talking earlier today, and we shared some information about that, the Red Room stuff, about being an urban legend and all this, and which we're going to get into and all of that. But it's not just that the dark web is absolutely bad all the way across the board. There's some positive things that can happen from it. Okay. I see she put up my bio here.
Yeah.
Look at that handsome man.
I know. I was
that was taken about 5 years ago.
Yeah.
And, on that picture. I actually have a picture of me when I first started my career. Adam, I think you said you was born in 81.
Yeah.
Okay. The earliest picture, I've got a picture made of me about 86 or 87. I'll share with y'all at some point, and you can see what I looked like when you were 6 years old.
Hey, those were good years. There's good movies and good songs came out those years.
I was in uniform by the time you was in first grade.
And, um, yeah, just to make sure, and peace, not silence, just put it up there again. If any of you have not subscribed to True Crime Web, I ask you to please go over to the True Crime Web channel and subscribe and like. He just did a video, like I said, today, just before our live here. So if you can support him as well, that would be amazing. I caught him for about maybe 10 minutes today, but then I had to quickly stop watching so I could do a few things for the live tonight since I just got home from work. And so yeah, Adam's like, Sonny, anything I can do? No, just chill back with us, and we'll, there's going to be lots to talk about for sure. And to me too, it's like I did a video a while back on one about the dark web, and if I'm not mistaken, I can't remember if I took it down because it was it was copyrighted in a sense, so I just take it down, right? Because but anyway, so I thought it was very interesting again to talk about, especially knowing a little bit more than I did before. And I just wanted to actually, let's see.
Yeah, I'm excited because I don't know much about it at all. I mean,
Yeah.
I literally think of it as like a physical place that's dark. That like you have to go somewhere on the internet that is dark.
Right. I know, right? I know. That's how I think of it too. Like it's like going into a dark room and you're cutting.
Right. Like you type something in, everything goes dark, and then you access it.
Yeah.
I've got good news for you, Adam. I looked at one article today. I typed in, I should have typed in dark web for dummies and see if there's such a thing.
My picture would have came up. Okay.
But there is a beginner's guide to the dark web, and it's really a good article. That if you go out there and look at it, and it talks about the Silk Road platform, which is got the reputation for when the FBI went in and locked them down that they were selling drugs. They sold access to child porn and things like that. That the FBI went in there. It wasn't so much a red room at the time, but it was just a black market of where all this stuff was happening. Where you could buy
I'm excited
drugs,
because I don't know what the red room is at all.
Yeah, but I found that interesting today. But I wonder if there is a dark web for dummies. Somebody out there right now is searching for that, I'm sure.
Yeah. Well,
I search for way too many murder things to be typing in dark web stuff too.
Yeah.
The FBI will be at my house.
Yeah. The thing about the dark web is that, like I said, like there's a lot of, from what I've been told and what I've watched, is that there's a lot of links. And in order to access these links, again, you need pretty sure you need to know what you're doing somewhat.
Right.
But it's one of those things that like what my friend at work said to me today. Well, there's a lot of links that are dead. And the reason why those links are dead is because they are forever having to, refresh those links to create new ones, obviously. Because we all know how it goes. If you have a link and basically someone catches on or whatever, you got to keep it moving. You got to keep it changing. And the people that know how to access those will access those, because those are the people that are, that are
on the most basic level is if you so if you jailbreak like an Amazon Fire Stick, is that the dark web?
If you what?
Because you have to go to Torrid to do it. Do you know what I'm talking about? Where you can jailbreak a device where you can get access to movies that are in the theater for free and stuff.
Oh. Well,
is that technically
that would be probably top layer stuff.
Yeah.
But you could probably do that on the regular.
Or Napster. I was a big Napster person.
Yeah, but that stuff you could access on regular Google and stuff like that. Napster. Because I used Napster and all LimeWire and all those things back in time. Again, back in the day, that stuff there was nothing being done about it. You could just use and whatever you wanted to, really. There was no repercussions to all that stuff back in the day. You would burn games, burn movies, left, right, and center. Again, no one was there to stop you. Then all of a sudden, it just became a time when LimeWire and basically, and that started getting fed up with people stealing and their copyrighted work and stuff like that. And
I was afraid I'd get sued.
yeah, and it's just, and like I said, you didn't have to really worry about that stuff because there was no real rules of the internet, and because it was just, how do you monitor that, or and then it's like I said, so over time it's gotten obviously a lot more stricter, stringent on our information that we put out there. I mean, as you guys can see, all the time, forever, Facebook and everybody is updating their privacy policies, where, and you have to accept cookies and all these different things all the time. Um and yeah, I think I remember, if I'm not mistaken, I think my coworker had said something like, it's really easy to access that type of stuff that you were kind of referring to. Like there's no, like when you search for something, it's not like you have to weed through a bunch of other ones, because
Yeah.
it's kind of like, it's like a small piece of the pie,
Right.
really, in comparison to
Like
the
Lisa said,
regular.
that's the tan web.
Okay, the tan web, yeah. So, um, as Steve was talking about a little bit earlier, so it's kind of like, are the red rooms are real? So the red rooms that are talked about is really about basically that level, kind of like the game, Welcome to the Game, about that level of torture, killings, where people pay to watch things happen. And then some people say it's not real and that it's an urban legend, like Steve's about to tell you. And other people deem it as real. So I'm just going to quickly show you this little slide thing here. So this is Peter Scully. Peter Scully is out of Australia. Is that correct, Steve? Australia,
Yes,
right?
Mhm.
Correct.
yes.
One of the worst. Well, I'm going to let Steve talk about Peter Scully, since he was reading about it and was looking a lot into it today. Anyways, just a despicable human being, just pure evil. And yeah, but we can get into that. Here's a QR code. I mean, you can Google it. I've noticed this whole little thing I can do now, which is make QR codes, and I'm kind of liking it. So there's a QR code if you just want to use your scanner and go to the website. There's Adam.
Yeah, there's Adam.
Okay, so
If we hear his door get kicked in and they drag him out in a few minutes, we know
yeah,
why.
yeah. My friend at work said, I said to him, he's like, I've never, like, he's gone to a lot of different sites, but he didn't touch anything to do like with porn and stuff like that, because he said he didn't want that on his computer. The fact that he had gone into any of these different sites and stuff like that. But let me say, put it this way, my coworker, young, 4.22 GPA type of thing, smart guy. But again, smart enough that honestly, he's just a bright, great guy, but smart enough to know that you don't, he wasn't one. He's not one of those people that goes to do the bad things. The things that he said he learned how to hack when he was in grade 6, I believe he said. But again, he said that he did it for good purposes of trying to protect himself, because we all know that there's these people out there, absolute, and I came across one myself in real, absolute idiots. They get this warning on their front of their screen that says, if you do not pay us $100 in the next couple hours, your computer, basically, you will never be able to use it again. So basically, obviously, he was looking at freaking porn, child porn or something he was looking at, for him to get that on his screen. So as I call him, and I didn't know this at the time, this was after the fact. So as I call him, he's running to the bank, and I'm like, what are you running to the bank for? And he's like, well, I got to pay these guys $100 because, or else they're going to come arrest me for looking at this stuff on the internet. And I'm like, are you an idiot? All right, are you an idiot? So you literally believe that your computer is going to tell you that you need to pay $100 so it will all go away, or else they're going to come arrest you? Really? Are you that dumb? But here he was. I thought, like, you think, as a decent, smart person, running to the bank, just about to pay these people $100, just because he knew he was guilty was his problem, and he panicked, obviously. So he was thinking, oh my God, I don't want to get arrested. I better go pay the $100. And I'm just like, dude, really? Good thing I caught him at the time that I did. Because he's like, really? It's just a scam? And I'm like, yeah. Because it's everywhere, those things. Because like I said, you go to those sites, expect what you get. Because that's exactly where all your Trojans are, your viruses, like I said, people to access into your computers. And once they have access between, your computer and your browser, look, like, honestly, like, look out. But anyways, so this is who Peter Scully is. And now, for right now, Steve, if you wanted to talk about whatever you wanted to talk about, in what order, feel free. We're here to listen. And
Well, as this individual here, I think he is currently facing 75 charges in the Philippines. He would go out and find impoverished children, bring them in, drug them, rape them, torture them, and he created videos. And the reason that he is a special interest is that he hosted a secret child porn site on the dark web. And on his porn site, he sold views that it was like $10,000 per view to watch him perform, and these children being abused and tortured. And so when you say that it's totally an urban legend, we really can't go that route, for the fact that this man here is absolutely the epitome of evil. I can't believe she had that up there, but when I said that, I didn't know that slide was going to say that, but that's that intuition once again. But anyway, this man here, like I said, he's facing multiple charges. I think he's serving life term now for whatever charges that he faced first, but he's still facing charges that include murder. And I mean, there's references made on the internet of that he even made 2 young girls dig their own graves. How truthful that is right now, don't know. We'll find that out as the charges progress and what all this man did. But he would, drug these little children. I'm talking about children that's just months old, not years old, but 16, 18 months, and tie them down and forcibly rape them. I mean, it's a terrible image to even have to discuss, but we as a society must address these issues. That there's a certain, that we can't say for absolute that no red rooms exist, for the fact that this man created something on the dark web that would make the definition of a red room, that he sold access, it was a private thing, and he made money from it. So we can't ever say that it never happened, for the fact that this man did it. And he is, like I said, truly evil. And the only thing that would look better on him, as I've said before, than orange is about 6 feet of dirt. That's the only way you're going to cure that individual. And but sadly, that's where we're at in this day and age. And as we talk about the dark web of if you have one individual, and when you look at the dark web, I mean, it's a huge thing. And that the government numbers, they talk about that that it enables anonymous communications for that. And there's as many as 7,000 layers of encrypted communications and levels. And so that's mind-boggling, that I don't even fully understand what one layer of encryption could do, let alone how 7,000 layers of being able to communicate. And all of this was developed once again by our government. Our government in the mid-90s, and it was a U.S. Naval Research Laboratory that came up with this, so that our spies, to protect our homeland, could communicate with other spies. And then, of course, they did a open source, and the whole world jumped on this side of the communications. And like I said, it's just a very small percentage of 6%, but still within that 6% of the dark web, there's great evil done, and it affects and destroys lives all across the world. And and sometimes it destroys lives here. And then it falls into the urban legend of, in some of our crimes that's committed here, such as with Delphi, that it gives that some of the opinion that yes, there was a snuff film created with the FBI search warrant, that it was documented and we're searching for an individual that may have made a video. And there's only, if a video but you see, when these personalities create some of these digital images, which as in BTK, when he created his images, it wasn't with the digital age. He did it with 35 millimeter film and whatever the other formats that he used, the old film area. But these personalities, they will create these things, not to sell, but they create them for trophies for themselves to relive the experience. I can't hear him.
Mm-hmm.
It is a currency itself, right? Like the content. Like the content of the videos are like, that's a currency. People will exchange it, like, right? Like
it's
probably, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, most certainly. I mean, everything has a value. It's what someone is willing to pay for that, and what type of sick individual is willing to pay $10,000 to watch a child be raped and tortured. They're no better than the person that's raping and torturing. There's no place on this planet for them. And I mean, I can't even, I know it happens. I know it exists. And I've had the pleasure of arresting some of these sick individuals and taking them to jail and sending them off and hopefully they get just reward for what they've done to children and other things. But it's just a madhouse, and it's just mind-boggling of how these people are created and how the mind thinks.
Yeah. And I was only because as I was preparing for it today, and I'm, grabbing some pictures for that little video at the start there, and I'm thinking to myself, like, just my own personal thoughts that were going on. I'm like, okay, we are, at least for me, okay, I'm speaking for myself here. From everything that I have learned and have come to know, I absolutely believe that there is a murder video and pictures of the girls. But then I started thinking about this whole welcome to the game. And I thought, and then I, like everything, all the pictures have like a mask. And you guys know I'm always talking about Katie's mask all the time. And the mask that I can personally find at what is supposedly the crime scene. And so with that, I'm thinking to myself, what if this, because of the staging and everything, I'm thinking to myself, these are the same people. For instance, like the 19-year-old that was supposed to come on the live tonight. And if you're watching, you suck. And I don't forgive you yet. Just kidding. Right. Anyway, and then it reminded me, like, he plays this game. So just imagine at that point of time, this game was already still around, during that time. And then I'm thinking to myself, is that, like perhaps these people were playing that game too. Like the possibility is there to me as I'm kind of looking at it all going, maybe this was a big game, a big staging of, like I said, you put some meth heads together or whatever, or maybe other individuals involved. And yeah, it's amazing what I'm sure that they come up with. These people not only are meth heads, but most of them are killers as well to go with it. And so it wouldn't shock me if somehow the welcome to the game staging murder video perhaps is a basis to why that was done. I don't know, because people do things for the damnedest reasons, and we won't truly know until someone's arrested and the story is told what the truth is. But it did make me ponder for thought as I thought to myself, welcome to the game. Welcome to the game, and then, how many of you guys, and I don't know how many of you guys believe that this is true or not, but if you guys ever watched, what was it, Beyond Highbrow or something like that, one of the things that was said was that they could say that they could see, even though I kind of disregarded it, was, are you awake? Did any of you guys remember this at all? Like that?
I remember it, but
Yeah, are you awake? So I remember, like, I'm on Keegan Klein's Facebook there, and one of his I can't remember if it was a movie or a book, or I think it was a movie or something, and it just said, like, and it said, "Are you awake?" And it just, how just something clicks, because I remembered it from that was being said, like, that there was different. They said this is just, of course, hypothetical, these things that are Robert Lindsay, and the thing is that, somewhere down the road there's going to be truth to some of this stuff, you know. I know that some people like Robert Lindsay and other people don't. Have you personally heard of him, um, Steve?
No, I may have heard of the case, but I just can't link up the name with him right now.
Well, Robert Lindsay is more, he believes that Delphi and Evansdale murders are one of the same.
Okay.
He's on a different, so he's on a path of caring. And yet he's one of those people that's very much not liked.
Right.
But I honestly, I respect him, to be honest, because beyond what he puts out there, he's doing it for the reasons of trying to help, because he cares about the case. I see beyond that. And he actually sent me an email one time, not that long ago, really, maybe a couple months ago. And he said, you're one of the few people that see right through me, that get me, or was something like that, you know? And I was like, oh yeah, it was, "Are you up?" Okay. And so it was one of those things that, yes, he puts out information that is graphic and things that maybe other people don't like being said. But you know what? Again, right? Who are we to judge? Everyone has the right to do what they want. You can either like someone's channel or not like someone's channel. But I respect him for the fact that I see past any of that, and I see the heart of the person.
Yeah.
And his heart is in it because he cares. And so to me, like I said, it's his own right to put out whatever information he wants, even if people don't agree with it. Same thing with me. You don't have to agree with me, but people, I'm sure, do see the passion and care that I do have for this case. And the people that don't, I don't care about them.
Right.
Because I'm not here for them. I'm here for Abby and Libby, and because I care. That's it.
I think his intention is, I think they started exactly like you said, very pure and everything. I think he created a group. So he has a website, and he created a group where you could, like, post on it, and you could pay money to become part of an inside kind of group, and like they would come up with theories together. And I started to lose a little bit of my respect for him when some of the other stuff came out about, like, Libby being pregnant. That was when I kind of stopped.
Well, you know what?
I feel like I gathered information from him early
Right.
on, and I think I kind of I had to move on from it because it was getting a little outlandish for me.
Well, I was going to say something. Like, I see someone saying, "Sonny, I don't think you saw some of what he said at the beginning." Okay.
And
what
is the pedophile thing?
Okay, so from what I could read on the pedophile thing, was that basically he was being accused of being a pedophile. And I seen the sarcasm with how he answered back. So basically he just took, the storyline and twisted it back on them and said, "Hey, if you want to think I'm a pedophile and blah, 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 blah," like, you could see the sarcasm there.
Mhm.
Okay, so, but who does? If you're saying that, does he have any record saying that he's a pedophile? Because there's a difference between saying it and actually having a record to say he is. So I haven't actually looked into him personally.
Right.
I know that he was being very, what's the word, sarcastic back in his answer, because people were accusing him of this, and we all know how the internet can be. So unless
Right.
there's an actual proof out there, to me, he's not a pedophile.
Steve, it is an interesting. If you go to his website, it is a very interesting long list that you'll go down, like of possibilities.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
I
I
mean,
think you're smart, man. You'll take from it what you will.
Yeah.
Well, if you have someone out there that goes on the internet and advertises, "Hey, I'm a pedophile. I abuse and I enjoy torturing and raping children," somebody's going to report him to law enforcement,
Right.
and there's going to be an investigation.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
Absolutely.
if you, there's been, I think there was I watched a news show recently where someone called a talk show and said, "Hey, me and so and so, our gang robbed a bank last week and we got away with it." And they tracked them down for the fact that on the
Yeah.
radio, an FBI agent heard it and said,
Yeah.
"Oh, really?" And so they were able to go to the radio station and track. So if you go out there and advertise that you're committing crimes, someone's going to report you to law enforcement.
Absolutely. This guy was reported actually many times because of them accusing him.
Yeah. And of course, if you're the focus of that, they're going to go in. It's easy to get a search warrant for everything that he has in home. That, I'm a pedophile, I like child porn or whatever. They'll get a search warrant, go to his house, and they'll seize everything in his house. And what your life is in that digital a device called a computer. And when they get that, there's some great investigators out there that will be able to tear that apart and see what's on that computer and determine, are we in possession of child porn? Is this guy an actual guy? Now, if he's not in jail for that, then I'm more towards what Sonny is saying about this.
Because he's not. He's not.
Yeah.
He's
And
made. Yeah. Go ahead.
I know absolutely nothing about him. And I don't know if he's
worth going to his website and looking at.
Especially for the fact that a lot of people have asked me to look at the Evansdale's part of it.
Yeah.
And if he's the Holy Grail keeper of the key of the gates that has that, I most certainly would
definitely is a person that is very invested in the Evansdale case.
And I'll look at his other side.
Delphi, right?
Yeah, I'll look at his other side about most certainly what is the links. Was he just being sarcastic, facetious? That
he was being very sarcastic back.
Okay.
I could see it.
And if that's the case, then of course he made his own bed when he did, and he chose that path.
Right.
Which is evident right here.
It's not a path that I personally would have said to do, but
no,
I could tell reading it that he was being very facetious back. Because he was getting attacked. I mean, I don't know his whole life story, but again, if there's any truth to it, he's going to have records. He's going to be in jail. He's going to be arrested. Chances are, at the end of the day, again, his business is not my business. If there was truth to that and I knew of it and I had facts, great, different story. I don't. And yeah, someone keeps talking about Silk Road. Silk Road was like one of the biggest, what do you want to call it, sites.
It was a platform that was a black market, and the FBI shut them down in 2013.
Yeah, and then number 2 came up in number 2 came up as well. So basically,
it evolves. It constantly evolves.
Exactly. So, but the only unfairness there was that the guy that basically created Silk Road, he got life. The one that brought it up again called it Silk Road 2. He only got like 5 years or 7 years or something. And so it was about the imbalance. Like, how is it that the two of the same things were done, but one person gets life and the other person just gets, basically a slap on the wrist? Here's a few years. Whereas the original Silk Road, so it was about that unfairness of why one would deserve less than the other when they were doing the same thing. And of course, then that one got shut down. But you know what? We all know it just is, it's ever evolving.
Yes.
One shuts down, 10 more open up. It's just the way it goes. And that's the, dark web for you. Like I said.
Not only that, though, but there's also a possibility that sometimes you get a lighter sense on how willingly that you may become a confidential informant, or you're willing to work to solve the solution. That this is how I created and this is what I did. And so get a lighter sense. Sometimes people will become that. Some people in the organized crime calls them rats, that they will testify, they will help solve the solution, whereas someone else that they may get that life sentence that, no, I'm not going to tell you anything because I'm, and I have something that more than likely that when you're doing that, you're very deeply involved in some very bad things that you can't share, for the fact that if you burn somebody, they're going to burn you.
Yeah. Sorry, playing with my light there. Too late. Um, yeah. Adam, what you doing over there?
I don't know
What?
what Adam's doing.
Oh, see, he's on.
I was listening. But I was thinking about what you were talking about with Silk Road and like the other things like that.
Hmm.
So is law enforcement? So how is law enforcement in the dark web? Are they in there like
Oh, absolutely.
infiltrating it as much as they can?
You know, I don't know what active programs are out there, of course, but you know, we know Homeland Security is, of course, in there because you have to be that they're constantly fighting domestic terrorism, and so if you have where the CIA is working and Homeland Security is working, and then of course you'll have the FBI that's taking care of the domestic issues, and they're that you know absolutely, and it's going to be a fine line of the programs and the algorithms of what they're searching for with those keywords, and if keywords are mentioned, then of course those keywords of looking at that. Okay, we need to look at this person because he's talking about, let's say, a keyword was pedophile, 5-year-olds, and those two words came in through a certain individual. That they may have to go and get a search warrant to identify whoever posted that.
Which is why I guess they'll start using code words for those things, right?
And then of course, there's a lot of code words out there that whatever that code word is, and because there was what was the name of that company that oh goodness, they sell furniture and stuff that was a part of was it Pizza Gate and things.
The QAnon stuff.
Yeah.
No.
You talking about the Gates or whatever it was.
The pillow people.
No,
What about the scandal, right?
Yeah, but it's more of that there was somebody in chat will know about what I'm talking about. Wayfair. There you go.
Oh, Wayfair.
Oh, yeah, because some of the names of their items. Which
that we're going to sell a toaster for $5,000.
Yeah, but that wasn't real.
Whatever, and I don't know what the keywords were, but it was some ridiculous stuff. But and the government, when they find someone that is part of a pedophile or when they bring them in for an interview, just like we was discussing, this one guy may get 5 years. That's how confidential informants are created, that they're willing to work with law enforcement toward a better end. And of course, when a confidential informant is developed, that their identity is not known to the general law enforcement. They become a number in a secret file that's placed away by whoever their handler is.
Okay.
And then it goes from there. And through that handler, they'll get certain passwords and codes and access, sort of like what Anthony Shots probably happened. That through that account, through the victimology of Libby and Abby and their contacts, that who is this Anthony Shots that they had contact with during this time frame, before and after their murder that was referred to in the transcripts and by the law enforcement during that interrogation. And so they focused on that, and then of course someone most certainly at some point was able to turn some information for somebody that was linked to that, and then that goes into a parallel investigation that lasted 2 or 3 years, and we continuously hear of people being arrested due to that linkage.
Right. And even in the information we got off of those transcripts from his devices that were found, those videos came from somewhere that he was sent.
Yeah.
So, I mean, that they had to have come from, I would assume they were taken from the dark web or somewhere.
Oh yeah. And these forensic people that go in there and look at this computer data, they're experts in the field. They are so, they're professionals. They're experts in their field, and you may hit delete, but whatever you hit, you may think you deleted something, but this computer, and they understand how to forensically just tear it apart and get information they need.
Yeah.
So how would they identify someone like that? So you say, like there was a thing in the transcript where there was a 7-year-old that was, performing fellatio on an adult man that's in the transcript. And, how do you identify a child like that when you don't know how old the video is? You don't know where it came from. You don't know how many VPN things it's gone through. And you don't, I mean, they can't even identify this boy in the suitcase in Indiana.
I know, but at some point they will. I mean, of course, with a child in the suitcase, I'm sure there's a massive DNA search right now of all these familiar DNA profiles, and they're going to be sending it out there. It's just a matter of time until they backtrace through DNA of identifying that child with the help of all of these agencies, and then they'll find out, because someone out there knows who that child is, and there's people out there being lied to that maybe grandparents, aunts, uncles, that so and so is just out with his a split family, and he's visiting someone,
Right.
But there's someone knows
Zanny the nanny.
Yeah, and sadly so that does occur. But when law enforcement once breaks that security shield, such as the Anthony Shosley, they get in there and they develop a fake persona of their undercover agents, and they progress and they start talking to the community, and they start finding out who these people in the community are, and they start speaking, and they build this bond, this trust. They're very professional. I mean, and how they do it. I mean, it's a strategy. Like I said, there's nothing in law enforcement that isn't a strategy. That this is where we're going to focus and how we're going to push our plan and our strategy to close down the pedo rings. And just because someone's a part of Anthony Schott's account, when you go to that next individual and you arrest them, who else on their computer devices, who other accounts are they associated with? And
Right.
Now we got an access as this individual. Can we convince them to the best interest is to get us into that additional accounts? So it's just, I mean, it can blow up, and you can have so many parallel investigations and go on, and we don't know how many levels some of these individuals, and there's going to be a percentage of them that will turn state evidence and will assist the federal and local agencies in identifying additional Anthony Shots accounts that's by different names, and we may never know what those additional names are unless there's a court hearing.
Yeah. So, kind of thinking about the Delphi cases. So at the start, when they said, for instance, that there was DNA, but then they said it's like he just doesn't exist, or this person doesn't exist. How did you take that to mean? Right near the start of it, Steve. Do you remember when Doug Carter, or whoever was it, said that?
There was an older Indiana State Police that said
I think that said that. Yeah.
Yeah, he referred to it as they were, or his opinion was they was basing that on that it's just someone that had never committed a crime, that their DNA had been taken. That's the way I read that, because you in a current system right now, certain offenses automatically get your DNA collected.
Yeah.
Once you become of a certain age, now if you're too young, they won't, of course, be that. But once you reach a certain age, you'll hit that database. And the FBI is great at creating and keeping these complex databases so that in the future, as you progress, even regardless if it was from sexual offenses, used to when they first started, it was just sexual offenders, and that they collected. And then they went to felons and all this other, and rightly so, because, there's a lot of felons out there that commit one crime, but they evolve into far more dangerous and serious offenders. And so we have to have their DNA, because you can, regardless of the crime, it may be just a bank robbery, and you touch the counter. They may not have a good fingerprint, but you may shed the necessary DNA on the countertop to identify you through a DNA profile.
Right.
So DNA is a great instrument and a great access of being able to identify offenders.
Right.
Do you personally think? Oh, go ahead, Adam. Go ahead.
I would say, or they may have a cousin that uploaded their, DNA into 23andMe, and you agreed to have that public, so they can at least narrow it down to a family member of that person. Because I know when I did that,
You're
I had,
lagging.
I had to say, I had to consent to my DNA being used, if they were to ever look for a crime. And I was like, yeah, sure. If any of my family members ever do something bad, sorry, I'm gonna help arrest you.
Adam, you're laggy if you didn't know.
I'm lagging.
Yeah, you're talking. I can hear you, but your face and features are, yeah. It's just
I
us
thought
now.
he was doing the robot. That's why he's just doing the robot.
I know. That's what it looked like. I know. It's like sometimes too in my lives, it's just like, that's better. Talk, Adam.
Does that help?
Yeah. It just all of a sudden you were just like, and I'm just like, it's so funny watching it when somebody's lagging or when I've gone back to watch my own. And then it's just like, all of a sudden your face is like a certain way and you're like, triple chin,
Yeah, but a lot of people don't think about the fact that when they upload their DNA into 23andMe or Ancestry, you might be getting your cousin arrested.
Right.
Oh, yeah. But if you're not getting him arrested, your cousin is getting himself arrested for what he's, he's the one out there that's done whatever he did, assaults or whatever.
Right.
But it was led through your consent that you allow them to do that access.
Just for a quick second, please, you guys, if you guys wouldn't mind hitting the thumbs up, if you could just take a moment and do that for us, that would be amazing. And again, anyone that hasn't subscribed to True Crime Web, which is Steve's channel, and Steve and Mrs. Steve were on tonight as well, doing their, what was it, Coffee and Clues and something like that.
Coffee and Clues tonight. It was our first show.
Yeah. Oh, cool. I'll just go back and watch that.
Yeah. So make sure that you guys go over there as well. So that would be great. And again, if you guys could hit the thumbs up for us, that would be amazing and awesome. And thank you.
Yeah. It was more just appreciation of my community because I have right now, everybody is so respectful and I have some really great subs that when they come to the show, everything is fine. The trolls haven't showed up yet. And so
knock on wood.
Really good people. Yeah, knock on wood, and that will come, and I'll embrace them. It's not a real big deal to me.
Just so you know, Frank's in the house. So hey, Frank.
Excellent.
Yeah, guess who we stole.
So I still don't think I fully understand the Red Room. I mean, was that all the content we had on it, or was that?
Well, the Red Room. No.
All right.
Go ahead.
No, there's people that absolutely say it's real. And then there's people that say it's absolutely, totally fake. Okay. Well, we know it's not totally fake for the fact that Scully here, he proved that it can occur.
Okay.
And that in one instance, we have a poster child of the Red Room basis of the urban legend. And there's a lot of content out there that's created by these people that is it real or not? And how do you prove it's real or not? You got to have a body. You have to have a victim. And if you don't have that situation and you have these so-called snuff films, are they real or not? And in this digital age, they're really not. You don't know how to verify that is an actual event because with special effects now, it's just mind-boggling what you can do.
Right, and make it seem real, and then get your money, and then make it seem real, and then stop and be like, "Haha, wasn't real."
And something like that's going to be a lot more possible in certain countries than others, right? Because You know what I mean? If that's something like that's happening in the Philippines or Thailand, we don't have any way to actually find out if that really happened, right? Or because they don't have the
With
same
Scully, we
human
do.
rights
With
laws.
Scully, we know for a fact because he's in the trial
Yeah.
system now, and hopefully they'll.
Um,
I don't know what Philippines will do to him eventually. I have a thought pattern of what I hope they do to him eventually, but I don't know if that. I don't even know if they. I think they Philippines does. It depends. What was the former president with? I think he was pro death penalty, but I don't know.
But aren't there child labor? Aren't there child exploitation like laws just very different there? Like they just don't.
It could be. I mean, you know, anytime that you can go out and take impoverished children off the street, it's a sad situation, and we have it in our country too. I mean, we have,
of course, yeah.
you know, we have all this, sex trade and that's going on, and it's sad, and how do we correct it? And
Right.
and it's for greater minds than mine.
Well, I mean, look at what happens every time the Super Bowl is in a city. I mean, they have to bring, when there's a big event in a city like that, it's one of the most sex trafficked, places.
Human trafficking is terrible.
Yeah. The Indianapolis 500, same thing. They have to bring in so many more teams of people to combat all these sex trafficking.
And, with prostitution and things and human trafficking, I remember the first time I ever was exposed that there was someone that was in that area of human trafficking. I hadn't, at that time, it was new terms. And of course, it came to be true. And that person is serving, that's probably been almost 25 years ago. And he's probably, I think last I checked on him, he's still in the prison system.
Yep. Just quickly, I just do wanted to read something, if I could, about Peter Scully.
Okay.
Just for a moment. Okay, so it says Scully operated a secret dark web child pornography website known as No Limits Fun, NLF. The most notorious video Scully produced was Daisy's Destruction, which he sold at his site to clients for up to $10,000. Made in 2012, the multi-part video is so extreme that it was for some time regarded as an urban legend. It features the torture and rape of 3 girls by Scully, two Filipino women. Urged by Scully, some of the most severe physical abuse was carried out on the children by one of his girlfriends, then 19-year-old, and then a name, who was formerly trafficked as a child. Prior to the video gaining attention by the general public, Scully broadcast Daisy's Destruction privately on a pay-per-view basis. Matthew Graham eventually publicized it sometime after its production. Due to the content, it quickly garnered attention by law enforcement and media. The Dutch National Child Exploitation Team was the first to open an investigation with the goal of locating the victims. Subsequently, an international manhunt for those responsible for the video's production was launched. Scully was tracked to Malabalea or whatever city in the Philippines and arrested on 20th of February 2015. Investigators had 6 warrants for his arrest, all relating to abduction and sexual abuse of the 2 cousins. While they searched for Scully in the Philippines, investigators tracked down 3 primary victims in Daisy's Destruction. Liza was found to be alive, as was Daisy, who has had lasting physical injuries from her severe treatment. Scully recorded himself in the video with Cindy, in which he allegedly raped and tortured her, then made her dig her own grave before strangling her with a rope. Among those who acquired the video was one of the biggest ever purveyors of child pornography, Scully's fellow Australian, Matthew David Graham, better known as online pseudonym Lux, apprehended at age 22. He ran a series of hardcore child pornography sites. Graham said he got his video so he could attract more viewers to his network of websites. So Scully faced a total of 75 charges. And it says, and according to German television news channel, was alleged to have sexually abused 75 children. He was on trial with others who assisted in the production of the pornography, including men. So just in saying that, you know, absolutely sickening.
Yeah.
Sickening.
Well, before the internet came out, I mean, I've watched documentaries about this. I mean, they used to film it on, was it 30? Was it 35 millimeter
8
film?
millimeter, 8 millimeter.
And you would have to go. You would order through the mail through catalogs, and they would like they would you could order like this child porn where they would like torture children, and it was a whole mail catalog system.
Yeah. I mean, the digital age didn't bring us about. It's been going on by mankind. There's always been these animals that have been attracted to children, and sexual preference is one thing that you don't change. I mean, ever how you're born, you're born.
Right.
And if you have that sick thing that a child is what sexually drives you, you're not going to change that. Now,
Right.
You may take them and put them in prison for 6 years with full-grown men, but their sexual preferences is still going to be that 6 or 7 year old if that's what they're targeting. Or
and
if
it's
they're
men and women.
12-year-olds, it's 12-year-olds, and I mean they're just sick individual. And which you got it most certainly opens the door for what the FBI put in their search warrant with Delphi. Most certainly opened the door that is it a possibility, and it is a possibility. I don't believe that it was. My opinion is that I don't believe that if a video or images was made, it was. My opinion is it's not dark web, but that's just, I don't have any basis to say it is or not. But other than, I'm going a lot upon how BTK was. And
Right.
I put the killer of Libby and Abby in the exact same book of personalities as BTK.
Here's my thought when it comes to the video being on the dark web.
My
I
first time.
I don't.
Nobody donated for it, but
Here,
we're
well,
just gonna do it.
we will celebrate with you, and then I have a question.
I just needed to feel it. Strawberry, Steve, get at me. Come at me. Come at me with your chapstick. Strawberry over here. Oh,
Pitbull.
yeah. Lone wolf.
I don't personally think that I don't personally think something of the magnitude with the national attention that Libby and Abby have gotten, I don't see how a video like that could exist on the dark web being shared without then someone taking it and using it for profit when it came to.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at $325,000 reward.
Right.
Who wouldn't pay $10,000 to get access to it, or
So
$100,000,
Yeah,
or
so only one person
$150,000?
that gets access to that video that then is going to blackmail anyone else that's had it.
Yes, of course. Absolutely.
And so that's why I question how that could be on the dark web.
Right. And like I said, okay, go ahead.
No, it's just that that's very plausible, right? Because out of this whole case, you just have to wonder. So we know that people are talking. They're obviously missing something. There's something that hasn't connected, or that they have the connection, but they don't have the case to bring forth.
When you profile, you're looking mathematically, statistically of what that offender is doing, and that's why a lot of the information that's in that, because as the FBI agent says that in their understanding, in their career, this is what this type of personality does. They're not saying absolutely that this was created, but there is a great statistical possibility that such a thing, such as what BTK did. I mean, you can look at it that some people document and they create trophies, and then some don't. BTK did, Ted Bundy didn't, Green River Killer didn't, The Golden State Killer didn't. But once you identify a certain individual, it might, they included it in the search warrant, which gives it great probability that this type of personality, this bridge guy, fits that profile of what they believe bridge guy's profile is.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
And we now live. I think we now live actually in an era now as well too, where people, they live stream things. I mean, look at these shooters that are going around to places. They're going on Twitch, they're going on Yubu, and they're live streaming it. And like the guy in the school in Texas, he was on, was it Yubu? And 4 people were watching when he was, talking about how he was going to kill them, people, So, I mean, is that then technically considered a snuff film? If it's just people watching on a live stream?
I wouldn't think so.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what the legal definition. I don't know what information they had could they accurately call law enforcement and say, hey, so-and-so is loading up his car, says he's going to go down here to a school.
Because that's also what happened to those 2 girls. Remember that they were like, so they were having people like vote on how they died. Remember that case, Sonny?
Which one?
There was a live stream of this girl, and people could pick how they would get killed.
I'm drawing a blank.
It was just recently. It was on the internet, and they got caught. And I think it was 2 girls somewhere in Europe. And it was live streamed on the internet that their deaths were.
Yeah, true animals. Regardless, I mean, even to contemplate that someone gets to vote on how someone dies. I mean,
right?
Makes no. I mean, but you're dealing with monsters.
I don't remember this at all. Was it you and Deb talking about it?
No, it was recent. I could be getting some of the details wrong, but I mean that's the gist of it. So to me, like that's why I've always tried to look at something that's more tangible when it comes to the profitability of the case.
Yeah.
Which is why I think the souvenirs that were taken from the scene to me could have easily been sold, which is also why they've never been found in a search warrant.
Well, and depends on what type of. Once again, it's that personality. What is a souvenir, and was it an article of clothing? And if it is, most certainly, that is some information that is critical that may possibly that law enforcement should release, because even burglars, as they progress through their life, we went to some burglaries, whereas the offender not only stole electronics, but he would go and get lingerie from the drawers for the women, and he would be very selective of what lingerie they stole.
Oh yeah, some people want minstrel. I'm not going to go into detail, but there's all sorts of things, and people pay for this stuff on the internet.
Yeah, but the importance that we look at for the Delphi stuff is that say that we had a certain article missing from one of the girls,
or 2, yeah, that
it's a certain article that. Okay, let's look at all our prior crimes. Say that, okay, our bridge guy is between 28 or between 18 and 40. So now we look at cases of, okay, what was his first starting crime? Was he a peeping Tom? Was he a burglar? And a lot of the, as they advance through their as they spring forth in life and start their criminal career, there's a lot of thefts and burglaries in their life. And so you go out and you find these burglars that may have taken certain articles. And as they advance through their and progress into maybe being, if bridge guy is local, and that'd be the only way that you would be able to identify him. But these fetishes that these people have, they'll take it to the next level with them. They don't just walk away from it. They're just sick individuals, and some of them develop into extreme monsters. Some of them just always become burglars.
Well, look at Garrett Kurtz. His dad has 2 animal cruelty abuse on his dad's record. So does it shock me that Garrett Kurtz is the way he is? And like, and then I get it, right? It starts off with animals, and then for some people it stops there, and for others it's like, like I said, there was the remember cats, the
Mhm.
cats that went across the internet there about cats,
Mhm.
and how, like I said, it starts off with animals and then it works its way to people because it's all about the power and control, and you know, um, so like I said, so Garrett Kurtz in his upbringing, I'm sure it
Mhm.
wasn't, like I mean, again, if your dad has animal abuse charges a couple times now, that's only the couple times that he has charges. That doesn't mean
Yeah.
that's only
Yeah.
a couple times he did it. Um,
Well, yeah, I mean, there's the trilogy. You know, you got bedwetting, you've got arson, you've got cruelty to animals. That the statistics says that when you have these certain traits, you have a great potential that you may progress into a certain type of
right.
individual.
Individual, yeah.
My thought was more along the lines though of there were law enforcement said early on with this case that there were things about the crime scene that they think were done to mislead the investigation. Like for example, I've always taken that as I think it was made to look like a sexual crime, and I'm not sure it necessarily.
And
Not sure there was necessarily. So to me, what if the items were not necessarily for the killer's benefit or fetish, but the person he was selling them to?
okay, well,
So
and you know, for that to be, there has to be a conspiracy that
I,
I
I
want,
know, and I
yeah,
understand that. Yeah.
yeah. But and when you talk about staging, and one of the main parts about staging, and there's different definition of staging. Is the staging done as part of the killer's fantasy world, or is staging done to drive and misdirect the investigation?
Right.
It's a common, and there's a lot of argument that you'll have out here in the YouTuber world of creation of what staging means. But uh, law enforcement, there's going to be a certain element of them in the behavioral science units that will be able to look at that staging and with a high percentage of accuracy be able to determine was this staging done to misdirect the investigation, to make it appear as such, and if it's so, that drives them towards a certain offender and a certain relationship between the victim and, because for you to stage to misdirect the investigation means that you're known to the victims.
Right.
That when you go and you ask who would do such a thing to Libby and Abby, that they would say so and so would do that.
And
And
those were the words used before they actually used staging and posing, right, Sonny?
Yeah.
The words that Ellie used originally were that there were things about the crime scene that were led to make them think that it was purposely misdirected.
okay,
Correct.
and that's a different type of offender versus someone that's doing it to feed their fantasy, and
Absolutely.
that they're posing them for a shock value. That
Mhm.
this is me, this is my signature, this is something I had to do to feed my fantasy, and
Yeah.
and it's both of them are animals. Neither one of them's better than the other.
Right.
Both of them deserve the full attention of law enforcement and put them where they need to be put. I mean, they're both evil. There's no different, but it's just trying to identify which one it is of the two, and it's a very fine line. It's very hard, and with us sitting here not having all the information, it's just guesswork.
Right.
And sadly, it's just guesswork.
Yep.
And because someone says it's odd, and what does odd mean?
Right.
It's just it's a nightmare, and people have taken up the cause and have led this to speculations of that this is what they meant, and they have no idea what law enforcement meant. Only law enforcement and BSU knows what they meant, and sadly, I wish they would clarify it that this is the type of person we're looking for. And,
Right.
And most certainly it appears that they don't know for the fact that we're 5 years into it and we don't have someone in jail.
Yeah.
Steve, do you think that's that's what I'm saying, sir? Do you think that that is because that they're, do you think that they, do you think that they know who the BG is?
There's certain indications that if you read body language with Carter, he most certainly, and there's several reasons why he might do that, but most certainly I'm hoping it's because they do have someone that they're focused on, but that doesn't mean it's true.
Correct.
And so, I mean, we're 5 years into it, and I'm hoping it's true, but only time will tell. And
time will tell.
Yeah.
And I guess it's just one of those things. What drives me batty in my head is that, again, you've heard me more times, or I'm sure if you watch me, so I already feel like, yes, they exactly know who it is. So, which always goes into my mind that, okay, what missing piece do they really not have? If it's not the BG, right? If it's not the BG, then what is it that they don't have? And my brain always keeps going back to the fact that it's because they don't have the proof that the BG was on the bridge that day, that they don't have that evidence, that they probably know a lot of things. But, I've listened to a lot of things too. And this is from insider, I'll call it just insider sources, where that it's accurate information based on recordings that I've heard from literally Ellie within. And they don't know, it seems like they don't know what side of honestly, like what side of the candle the wick is at burning at each end there. It seems like they're just like still.
Doug Carter's been saying since the 1 year anniversary that there's one puzzle piece we're missing.
I know.
And he said it at the 5 year anniversary too. So he's been saying he's been saying they're missing one piece for the whole.
If you look at the second interview that was done on the 22nd of February of 2017, the number 2 man,
Kim Riley,
or one of the public relations officers, he said that same thing. We need one tip. That's the first time I ever heard one tip, and that was.
And they never stopped saying that.
We have to gloss because it's for Steffa. All right. Thank you, Steffa, so much for the $5 donation there.
So every time that gives me hope, I think to myself, we've been one puzzle piece away this whole time.
Yeah, I know.
Well, Carter identifies what they want in that one piece. He told me exactly what that one piece of evidence is. And he said, we need a brother, we need a sister, we need a wife, we need someone to identify the suspect.
Yeah.
That's what they need. And who couldn't solve it? If somebody says so-and-so here came home, he threw his jacket away, he threw his jeans away, he threw his shoes away, or look what we found in Uncle Festus's closet, these jeans, this coat, that's the importance that, as I talked to my last, in my live, that we everyone connected that has some connection in Delphi, look back into your information and your photos from the previous 6 months, that when it first started getting cold there, and the transition of the seasons, that if you was at a football game, don't just look at what you was taking a picture of, look in the background, see if there is a someone in there that is wearing this jacket or is wearing jeans similar to that matches the description, and forward that information to whoever it takes to solve this thing.
Of course, it could be helpful if they just released the rest of the video.
Correct. Yeah. Can I answer a funny thing? Because peace, not silence. Oh, Sonny, have you seen BG's peanut pops out when he's walking? Curly did a video with the magnifying glass.
Wait, his what?
With it, okay, she's basically saying that his penis is popping out.
Peace is a guy, Sonny. But
what did I say? She?
Yeah.
But, sorry, face.
Peanut. Okay,
yeah, peanut.
Now. Sorry.
Peanuts pop out. Okay, so let me answer you on this one. About 2 years ago, I seen the peanut popping out. I didn't show it for quite a while because I like to determine if what I'm looking at is accurate. So, what I will say about the peanut popping out of the pants, the peanut pecker popping out of the pants. There we go. Say that 10 times fast, Steve. Yeah. No.
Can
Okay.
we all assume it's
I'll
little?
gloss during that.
Yeah.
Can we all assume it's teeny?
Yeah. Itsy bitsy teeny weeny. Yellow polka dot beanie, I guess. But anyway, so correct. So there is this image, and I have this image many times, and I've used my retouch program. It does look like, okay, it does look like there's a little peanut popping out. And it just happens to be, well, you know what? I might share that image with you if I still have it somewhere here. I'm not sure if it's on my iPad because I have stuff on my computer now. And it still didn't help my iPad be any better. But, anyways, I had like 14,000 images, Steve, on my iPad. And I literally the other day got so pissed off with my iPad always crashing on me. I put all my almost most of my videos and my pictures over to the Google Drive. And do you know what it did? Virtually nothing. It still keeps crashing on me.
Yeah.
Okay. Apple can suck sometimes. Sorry, Apple, but you really can suck sometimes. But anyways,
Well, you sent me an image the other day, and I had nothing to do but reassemble it. And
yeah. Yeah. Wait, are you talking about the watch one or whatever?
yeah, the watch one.
That one, yeah. So it's stuff like that. Like I have spent about, let me put it that way. I spent about 2.5 nights on that one. And going, oh, because it is truly amazing if you put in the time and work what you can truly find. And it's a matter of determining whether, like you said, it's paranoia or whatever you call it. Or if it's actually something there, because it's so easy for something to transform and look like something then it's not. So before I actually put something out, I do like to do my homework on that piece. And that one little PP thing, for instance, I came across that and I'm just like, husband, you got to see this.
Yeah, but men's jeans, like when you're walking, men's jeans can do that.
No. This is clearly something that looks like a peanut, okay, sticking out. So I said to my husband, husband, I don't get this. I can see this clear as day, the shape that this looks like a peanut. And he's like, let me ask you this. Do you think honestly that the bridge guy is going over the bridge, nonchalantly with his hands in a pocket, about to perhaps, do something to the girls or whatever, and have his, doinger hanging out? And I'm like, well, this image here, this image clearly looks like it. But the thing is, so I will show you this image.
I don't want to see it.
Because you would just get jealous at him.
I would get jealous of bridge guys doing it.
Yeah. Because even if it's not, it still looks like one.
Right.
So I know exactly, I'm sure you're male, so you know exactly what a peanut looks like. So when I see this thing, it totally looks like a peanut. And I'm just going to have to send you the images, Steve, yourself. And I've shared it a couple times. It's not really been a topic that I've talked about too much because
Cordy wants to see it.
I can tell you this about individuals that when you have certain sexual offenders.
Yeah.
That, myself and my partner one time were sitting at a red light, and this lady got out of her car behind me and walked up to my window, and she says, the man sitting next to me in the next lane, he was masturbating, sitting there. And when we got out and approached him, he continued until we arrested him. There's some people out there that
that's definitely a thing.
Yeah. But I don't understand that world, but
right.
But there's some individuals out there that we'll never understand.
Right. Now, yeah, we had an incident like that in Charlotte a few years ago where a guy was repeatedly doing it in parking lots at the grocery store. A woman would get out of her car and he'd open up his door and he would,
expose themselves and
playing with themselves and
they just need to do it when the proper authorities are there. And
I guess they're just proud. I guess they're just proud of what they got.
No, they're sick. I mean, they're just. I mean, they don't uh, uh, think like we think.
Right.
Laura Doone says, "Steve, don't show the image to Mrs. Steve." Uh,
Yeah, poor Mrs. Steve's gonna be like, "What's up? Why are all these peanuts on your phone?"
yeah. Oh yeah. Why is this woman sending you? It would be a great discussion. She'll get a kick out of it.
Deb, the other woman on here, so I'm sure she sometimes has to explain to her husband why men call her at 1 a.m. in the morning on Facebook Messenger.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
We'll be talking about a crime.
Oh yeah, but it's whatever feeds these people's or whatever type of personality, whatever feeds their fantasies.
Right.
And because it, wasn't it Freud that said sex is the base of all human emotions and
right.
what drives us and is the driving force. And
right.
Most
and
certainly,
for some people, it is, and they're the only way that they feel like they can exert power over someone is to take that, I mean, I don't understand it, but
yeah. I mean, like I said, we're not talking about normal, what is acceptable by society.
I mean, it's like even when I was reading a medical study once about sexual assault, and it's funny how little about the actual sex the assault part of it is, because it really is about the humiliation and dominance and control of something that it's not always just the sexual motivation of it. So I find that really interesting.
We got a guy right here in Atlanta right now that's walking around and they're having a great debate of why is this man allowed to walk the streets nude.
Well, I used to live out by San Francisco, and that was normal.
Yeah, but, I mean, and we do have decency laws here, and they're trying to solve it because it's happening when after and they're going to have to solve it somewhere or another. And there was a great debate in the council meeting. I think it was Norcross,
Right.
And they're having a great debate of that somebody needs to step forward and solve this issue because we've got enough pictures of him that, what are we going to do to solve it?
Right. Hey, I was just down in Atlanta last weekend. I didn't see him.
Well, yeah, but someone said, I bet Mrs. Steve has a good sense of humor. You wouldn't believe how dark her humor is. She has she is, but she's been great support over the years.
How long have you been married?
A better partner.
How long have you been married?
We've been married 32 years.
Oh, well, then she has to have you have to have a good sense of humor to stay married that long.
Oh yeah.
Right?
Oh, absolutely.
Especially, and it's better if it's a dark sense of humor.
Oh, it is. Oh yeah. I have some good stories that about her that I knew I married the right woman when she gave birth to our child. It was opening day of dove season, and I'd got up and getting ready to go dove hunting, and her water broke, and she said, I got to go to the hospital. And so, of course, I quit getting prep and go dove hunting. And we got in the car, and she looked at me and she said, if I can have this kid by 12, you'll be on the hunting field by 1. And I knew then I had found the right one, that, that even during the childbirth process, she was wanting me to still go out and go hunting. And you have to appreciate a woman like that.
Right. Now, you're just lucky you didn't suggest to her, now, if I'm back by 11, can I go now?
Yeah. But unfortunately, or fortunately, she was in labor for about 20 plus something hours. So I missed opening day.
You missed the opening day.
I missed opening day.
Yeah, but I guess you got something better out of it.
Oh, we did. Oh, yes, absolutely. Absolutely. And
I don't know where I don't know where Sunny ran off to.
Oh, I'm here, but you know
Oh.
what? Is that I was literally looking at this picture the other day.
Are you looking at
Uh-oh.
peanuts?
Well, no, I'm trying to find peanuts. And not only was I looking on my iPad, I went over to my files. You have no idea how many pictures I have, people. But I was just literally looking at this one the other day, Cordy, and I took it to my program, like I said, the retouch. Because
Mhm.
retouch is one of those ones, where you clone it and you circle it with your finger and then it will kind of bring it in closer. You just want to turn off your camera. That's why you wanted to know where I was. But anyways, so it's kind of like I was looking at it the other day, but now and you know what? I'm gonna have to show it on my next live because I just don't feel like going through my Google Drive right now, which has about 15,000 pictures, in it, if not
Well,
more.
watch Curly's, and if it's the same as Curly's, we'll just.
Yeah, Curly. Yeah, if it's the same as yours, I mean, no pics, no proof. But I got proof.
Oh, you got proof. Okay.
I got proof.
Okay.
But I mean, let me put it this way. I have proof that it looks like a peanut.
Are
Doesn't
you
mean
saying it's an erect peanut?
yes, an erect peanut.
How would we have never noticed that before?
Okay, because can I ask you honestly? Have you ever looked at photos like to my depth though? Because most people have not.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't take a
No,
lot to see
it does. That's what I'm saying. People.
Well, I guess if it's little.
Yeah, well, it's what it's very deceptive because you're seeing shadowing and light, right? So you have to, of course, determine between the pants and what the sun is. And I know this is your fault, Cordy, that I'm still talking about a peanut on this. Whoever
Not
brought
how we digressed.
yeah, I know, but no. Well, but the thing is that like I said,
The British guy is Jimmy Carter because he's a peanut farmer.
see, Alexis says great show. What she's trying to say is great topic. Keep going on about it. That's what she's trying to say.
Yeah,
But,
this is Sonny's version of a red room.
yeah, this is
Mhm.
my red. This is my red top.
Our next live will be: is it a cashew or a walnut?
Looks more like a pecan. Yeah, no, I'm just very saddened right now because I legitly was looking at the little peanut the other day, and I always laugh every time I see it because I cannot determine if it's truly a peanut, right? Which would be odd. I mean, here, let me just stroll down on the bridge with my peanut going, swaying back and forth. And then
Ew.
I know, but or is it an object that just looks like a peanut, right?
Well,
Right.
now, and I don't know what the basis of that is, and I haven't seen it yet. But now that is a different classification of perpetrator, if that is the case. And because then we start having a different motivations, and then we start getting in some of the different types of sexual offenders that would do such a thing. If he's, but then we have to say at what point and that some of that stuff would occur and why it would occur, and would a girl stand there and let someone walk towards them in such a
peanut?
Yeah.
Right. So this is why I believe personally that it's looks like a peanut, but I don't necessarily believe it's a peanut. But it's in the same part of package as a peanut.
I
know.
I don't know. I haven't. I can't wait to see the thing and show it to my wife.
I know. I wish I had. It's still on
Maybe
my
it was
mind.
an extra pair of socks
Yeah, definitely. Anyway, go ahead. You guys can change the
or a
topic.
roll of quarters.
Oh no, I'm fascinated by watching.
Well, like I said, I've dived. Okay, people have, like I said, no clue how deeply I've dived into the video.
You went into peanut dive.
Yeah, well, whether it's peanut dive, whether it's what he's wearing on his side dive, his face, if I could pick his nose, pretty much, like that's how intense I've really looked at it. Now, I've used fishbowl programs. I've literally sat there with my magnifying glass, the fishbowl program, which enhances it in a better way, and on top of that, taking pictures all at once. Okay, I should get rewarded just for multitasking like this because I don't even ask my husband for help. I'm just sitting there, in the bathroom here, leading my phone or my phone because the phone's better than the iPad to use. So I use my phone. No, sorry, I use my phone to record on my iPad in a sense, because the phone obviously is a better quality than what the iPad gives off. So I'll sit there, like I said, with my magnifying glass, and I'm like pretty impressed with the fact that I got this program open, magnifying glass, and then going with the pictures.
Well, Sonny, I'll do a scientific study later, and I'll find hundreds of pictures, and then I'll see how many peanuts I can see in them.
Yeah. So
But
don't
not
knock
a
my
bridge
peanut.
guy.
Yeah.
Just to see how common it is.
I've just, you know what? It's only because I do not want to certify and go, you guys, this is a
Right.
peanut that's hanging here.
Well,
right?
that proves it's Ashley Garth.
Not. Right. Well, then it's Ashley Garth for sure. He's not even a man after all. It's really disheartening though to know that I was just looking at it just the other day as I was, you know, moving over my files.
Donald Spain, I'm with you. What is happening?
Can we talk about the Red Room again?
Well, I think we are.
I feel like we are. This is Sunny's Red Room version now.
Well, I mean, look at what she's wearing.
She's
got a red blouse on, so
yeah, I know.
This is Sunny's hour.
Yeah.
Sunny does look good in red. She always looks pretty in red.
You know what? Red is my birthstone. July 3rd, baby here. And 69 to go with it. So you understand, people, where my thought process comes from when we're talking about peanuts and different things like that. I am a 69 baby, okay? So oh, which reminds me, I do want to touch on something now that you say that.
Bad choice of words.
But my husband, I know. My husband, he always has this little fetish about red. And so I find that I'm ordering red more. First, because it stands off of the blue pretty good. Second, I probably get the most compliments when I wear red. So what? Sometimes I do need my ego fed a little. Sunny, that red looks great on you. Sunny, that
you do look good in red.
Go on. I don't stop, Adam.
No, you do. I mean, you always look good in red.
Tell your wife to come here and give me compliments too. I should be like, oh, Sunny, you're right. I don't know you, but God, you look amazing in red. I feel like Steve's cheeks are as red as my shirt. That's what I feel.
I'm lost right now. I am.
Steve's like Marvin Frank don't talk like this.
No. Sunny. Well, actually, it's what happened was Chad started it.
Peanuts.
Chad started it. I fed into it. Adam goes along with it. If Deb was here, she'd be like, you two need to stop. But so I want to just actually respond to something that I heard earlier today about you and Callie when you were talking. So the question was, or the comment was,
Sloopy.
Oh, it was Sloopy that was on this morning?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, was that who it was? I thought you said Callie.
No, it was. I accidentally called her Callie at one point.
That's when I heard it.
Callie had dropped some a super chat, and then I accidentally said Callie one time, but no, it was Sloopy.
Okay, so when someone said,
the
I don't really understand that cancer thing, and then I thought to myself, well, what's hard not to understand when I'm talking about a cancer? Sloop, this is for you. When I'm talking about us being cancers, just like other signs, will be very in tune with knowing about each other's personalities. And so cancers, we know that we're nurturers. We know that we're intuitive. We know that we're, like I said, our friends. We will dispose of you if you basically are turn out to be a liar, basically. Simple as that. Like our traits are very similar in thinking because we're cancers. So just like if Libras knew Libras, they would be very much in tune with how they think and how they do things. So because me and Adam are both cancers, I know me and you are connected that way because a lot of sometimes what we think and things that are going on, it's because we're of the same cancer sign that we understand how cancers work. And so Deb, who has a different sign, obviously, right? her sign is structured in a different way, but Cancers are very emotional based. We're very caring. We're very deeply empathic, and those things. So that's what I'm talking about when I
Yeah.
talk about the connection of when I say, well, we're Cancers, because we understand the traits of the Cancer and who we are as people, in a sense. It's not to take away from other signs. It just means that I know my Cancer sign, I know your Cancer, and I know
Right.
exactly kind of like how you're thinking and feeling, because Cancers are generally of the same,
Right.
the same.
And it's a generalization. I mean, not all,
Yeah.
you're not going to feel
It's a
that way with every
generalization.
Cancer, but it's
Yeah.
something interesting to look at, that, to find connections. But I just joked that I said that we like to say it just to make Deb feel left out.
That too. Yeah. Only because it was bugging her. She's like Cancers. And then she's
She's
roll
just
her
jealous.
eyes. And so now it's become, really, Deb? Cancer? See, Tara. Thank you, Tara. What sign are you, Steve? Did we ask you this already?
Do what?
What sign are you?
Oh, I'm Gemini.
Yes, remember?
Yeah, no, I didn't until I remember he said it, but I don't remember what sign. And your wife? She's Pisces?
No, she was, I think, what was it was March.
Oh, she's Aries.
Aries.
She's an Aries.
So Steve, is your birthday, did it just pass or is it coming up?
Oh, it passed.
Okay. So I know we're in Gemini now, right? So.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I was born in May.
I'm sorry?
I'm a May. I was born in May.
Yeah, no, we were talking quite a bit this morning about some of the stuff that we were discussing with because Sloopy was really interested in some of the stuff you were talking about when you were on the other night, and so we really got into talking about intuition again and everything like that. And she was really she was really fascinated by all the stuff you were saying, and she was impressed by it. So, and I'm sure I think she was in your chat tonight. I think she said the name was Sloopy, SLOO.
Yeah,
OOPY.
When I'm over there, my Mrs. Steve, she's over there handling all that, and I'm over here trying to concentrate. And
it's hard to do both.
And absolutely, and
yeah, you were, but I think you impressed a lot of people when you were on the other night talking about that.
Well, I hope I have a positive influence on as much as I can. That's the whole focus of what I try to do.
Yeah,
have some type of positive. I don't know what I'm going to do with what we're doing right now.
Sunny's main focus is to show peanuts and.
Well, I'm going to use a picture just to kind of show you what I'm talking about, but it's not the one that I'm wanting to show you. But this is the best picture that I have that I can try to show you.
Sunny was 1.8 seconds long. I mean, how the peanut should be in every one of those frames.
So yeah, let me just go over to Facebook. Okay, while I'm doing that, Peace, can you please drop Steve's link again? And of course, if anyone can please go over to support True Crime Web's channel, that would be amazing and awesome. He dropped a video today with his wife, Miss Steve, and it was coffee and clues. I want to say coffee and I don't even know what I want to say.
Curse words.
I've got a Steve cup, and she has a Mrs. Steve coffee cup.
Are you, Steve? Have you already have merch? I'm kidding.
No, we just ordered them.
I'm just playing. So, but there you go. That would be your merch when you do start selling it, right?
Right. Exactly.
I mean, no merch. That's
I'm just playing.
I take it that's a common term.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's when you start selling stuff from your own channel.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
So what do you sell?
We don't.
I sell selling Adam.
On the dark web. That's why we want to know more about the dark web.
Bertie, do you want to buy Adam? Cheap.
Yeah.
Cheap.
You have to give me away.
I said, did I say ridiculously cheap? Yeah.
Free shipping, free returns.
Yeah. No returns. No. Okay. Let me share.
Deb said you two straighten up.
Whoa, they're okay. You know what? I should have known she was lurking. Her ears were like, did I just hear my name? Wait, what?
Deb, did your parents join the channel yet?
Yeah, really. Yeah, I know. If you could just have your parents donate to your channel and mine.
Deb's parents are 81 years old and they're getting town.
Oh, yeah.
So I said, Now, Deb, make sure that they know how to subscribe to the channel and become members.
Oh,
So,
that's funny.
Uh-oh.
oh, Cordy, thank you.
I like how he says for Adam, as if Sunny doesn't exist. Go ahead, fine. It's all about. Oh, right, he's buying you. Oh, I did say cheap, didn't I? Ooh, I guess I should have
40.
been more specific. You know, a few more zeros on that, like 6 or 7 would be great. When I said cheap, I still feel like he's worth $1 million, maybe 10 million. Thank you, Emily. Oh, look at that. I have Emily, who's a fan of mine. Emily solves, kind of like fig solves, but Emily solves. Let's just look at what's.
Donald Spain said, "It's the peanut gallery, Deb."
It's a peanut gallery. To that. Oh, that. Steve, you know what that means.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Getting out the pit bull.
Here goes Adam for $10. Cheap.
Cordy, I don't know what you expect for that, but
yeah. What do you expect for that? A peanut?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take a shower to get all this off.
That's how I have been sometimes on lives. It's just like, really? I feel like I got a layer on me. I just want to read. Can we just take a moment? Because Emily had something important to say here. Yeah. I love Sunny as a Delphi creator. Oh, Adam, are you bored by this already?
No, I was reading.
Yeah, no, you keep looking at Cordy's chat for $10 that you were worth. Okay, I thought you were worth a little bit more, but I did say cheap. I just don't like that she changes her voice when a male is around. What? Do I? Ooh. Wait, I like that sentence up until the fact that I change my voice when a male is around.
It's because your 900 number. It's your 900 number voice.
Huh. I'm going to disagree with you, Emily, on this one, because I don't think that my voice changes. Am I nicer? Because I feel like maybe Graz was right, and I actually have a male voice, and I'm a tranny.
No, because when it was just you and Mama, it was just the two of you that used to do when you guys were on here, you had the same voice.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm going to disagree. But I can change it for you if you like. Hi, Steve. How are you tonight?
Now, is that Emily Solves, meaning is that Fig Solves' wife?
That's what I was thinking.
Are you Mrs. Fig?
Yeah, are you Fig Newton? Fig? Yeah.
I doubt it, no.
Anyways, Adam, can you hear me? God,
yeah.
You're so beautiful and sweet and kind and nice. Steve.
Stop using your
Stop using my man voice. I get it. I get it. I'm gonna repulse people if I talk like that. Let's go back to the Sunny voice. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna show you the picture I'm talking about. Okay. This one.
About this.
Actually, I don't want to use that program. Let me use the other program. It was an itsy beanie, teeny weeny. So we're gonna go home.
Deb, I miss you. Okay.
Where did this take a left when we were going right? That's probably what he's thinking right now. Yeah, no. And I heard that you say that your wife has great humor. That's good. That she has actually great humor.
Yes. Melissa, Mama didn't go anywhere. She's,
I miss Mama.
Doing her own thing.
Yeah. Mama's been in here the odd time here and there.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I have no idea where this is going.
No, I'm showing you the picture. Oh, so okay. It's still about BG. Don't get me wrong here.
Okay.
Yeah. I mean, besides Adam selling for $10 during this time here.
That was a rental. That was a rental price.
That was a rental. Oh, okay. Okay.
Pay-per-view.
So did I share with you guys? Can you guys? Oh no, I didn't share.
I haven't seen anything.
Oh, my bad.
Cordy said it wouldn't let me put in 99 cents. Cordy used to be nice.
What happened to Cordy? Okay, so I want to show this, minimize this, and there it is. Okay. I'm going to take, hold on. Let me go in here. Okay, so ignore everything else that I have here. I think, is this Jen's? Oh, Jen had me do this for her. Okay. All right. QWERTY. Is this worth another 10, QWERTY? Because I sit here and I spent this time now. All right. Can the 10 say for Sunny this time? Okay. This isn't the best picture I have, but you see right here, right there. Okay. Now I know I'm coming in closer, but I need to show you. Can you see this thing?
Okay,
This
no.
object? Can you not see it?
Well, first of all, you have weird guns all around it.
Well, I know, but it's the best picture I had right now. But come on.
But it's too low, Sonny.
It's too.
I mean, I don't want to
No,
talk
no.
about this, but
Hold on a second.
It's
His
baggy
pants are
jeans.
right here.
No.
Yeah. His
So-
pants are right here. Now, I'm not saying that it is a Mr. Peanut. I'm just saying it gives the illusion
Yeah,
of a Mr. Peanut.
some jeans do that, especially when they're baggy
No,
like
no,
that.
no. This is not a jean showing that somebody has an extra large nutsack or something like that. This is clearly a picture of this shape that comes across. Now, it doesn't mean it is. I'm just saying that when you actually look at it, and this is why people think that there's this, peanut swinging around. But when I look at it, I see more than that. I see like if I could actually, I'm going to actually take a picture of this now and save it for later. No, just okay. Did that come out wrong? Okay, I'm going to take a picture and I'm going to work on this tonight, and I'm going to try to identify what it more so is than say Mr. Peanut.
We're never gonna see poor Steve again. Steve's just like,
No.
I'm out of here.
Steve, you're good. You're good. Don't worry about Adam or myself. Yeah. It's okay, Steve. You'll come to find that this is a fun channel. Okay. I'm pretty sure that Cordy said, Sonny, excuse me, Steve, let me just take you out of the face here. Okay. Cordy, thank you very much. I was only expecting as much as Adam's worth, but I can see obviously where the love is now, and it's not for Adam. It's for Sonny. Thank you. Cordy, thank you. Now, I will show you better pictures of this, okay, Cordy? Just because you earned it on this one. So thank you very much. Adam, did you see that 50 for me showing him a peanut?
So Cordy basically is just giving more money for BG at the auction than she would give for me.
Yeah. And Steve?
I feel real good about myself right now.
Oh yeah. Oh, yeah. Why not?
I love you, Steve. You're just like, oh yeah, right.
I just don't know why you have all this other stuff all around him. Like, why is he holding this machine gun?
Okay, no. Okay, because Jenny had asked me to place stuff there. Right, Laura? You see dead people? I mean peanuts, correct? Cordy, right? Cordy, do you see what I'm talking about and possibly why? Hi, Grizz. How are you? Okay, so who here can see what looks to be a peanut?
I'm telling you, it's too low to be that. It's a fold in his pants. And it's the way denim can happen sometimes when you walk.
No, Adam, no.
Sonny, you're not a man.
I know, no, but you know what? Apparently to Graz, I can be a man. So I'm going to use my male side right here and determine
He's
that
got baggy jeans on.
This could be a peanut. But I know, but it's something. This isn't pants. Pants doesn't have this piece here to it. No. Let me just prove you wrong, and then we'll come back on a live, and you're going to be like, Sonny was right, Adam was wrong. Now, I'm not saying it's a peanut. I'm just saying that
it gives the illusion of it, which is the same thing I'm saying. I'm saying, but it could be the denim that's giving it the illusion of it.
No, okay, so that's what I'm comparing it to. It's not the denim. It's an object. And I'm just not sure what that friggin' object is. But you know what? We'll see if I can figure this out. Okay, this is war.
But, I mean, I don't want to go too into this, but you can also, depending on the type of underwear you wear, can also make that illusion.
Okay.
Like if you're a tighty-whitey person, it's going to,
I just have a hard time seeing that a pair of jeans looks like a penis that has like other attachments here. So I feel like it's an item, if anything.
If anything, I would be much more concerned with the thing that's right there on the left leg that I've always wondered about.
Which one?
That right there.
Which one?
It's going down to the hole in his on his right leg. There's like something sticking out on his leg. I've always thought that. That's not a bone. That's on his leg.
You know what? Oh, you talking about this right here?
I'm talking about this long thing that goes almost down to almost goes down to his knee, where the hole is down underneath his knee.
You
But
talking?
there's something that sticks out there, like it would be like if he broke his femur, basically. That's the only way it would stick out that far. To me, that's a hunting knife
Okay, but tell me, my mouse is on
on
the
a sheath.
my mouse is on the thing.
Mm-hmm.
So tell me which way to go.
You can see it right. Okay.
Is it circled?
I
Is
don't
it
want to be.
highlighted?
I don't get into the picture thing too much, but it's this thing right here. On underneath the knapsack, the thing that people think is like a fanny
You
pack.
think it's here? Here?
I don't see a cursor.
You don't? How? You don't?
No.
How? I can see my cursor.
Okay, now I see your cursor. Go over.
Okay, so hold on. Let me go back up. Okay. Do you see it?
Other picture. Go to the other picture.
This one?
Yes. Okay, that right there.
Okay, where? Here?
The other leg.
Here.
That.
Oh, that is definitely jeans.
I meant the thing that's sticking out.
Yeah. Here?
The long thing that goes almost down to his knee.
Yeah, that is his jeans.
Okay.
The thing that you think is something, I think it's his jeans.
Right. Well, I don't get into the picture
Yeah.
thing too much. I'm not gonna. I don't. It's too blurry for me to make stuff out of. So I'm never.
Yeah. This is what I call what you see and what you actually get are two different things. I can
Right.
take 50 different pictures, and that thing that's on the side of his hip can look 50 different ways.
Right. And that's why I
And
just don't pay attention to any of it.
It's right. So I know what I can make out and what I can't. And sometimes I'll go back and revisit my work to see if I could have got a better shot of something. But at the end of the day, it's still not, you know what? That is more of a challenge to me than anything to do with the case. Just to see if I can figure out what the heck some of that stuff actually is.
Yeah, but
I know
it's
we can't
70
say
feet
no.
away and it's pixelated and it's.
Yeah, but what? It's a video. A video, you can still bring it forward and still be able to. But the thing is that nobody. I'm never going to be able to tell you if that's a Timex watch on his wrist, or if it's even a watch for sure. I'm never going to be able to tell you what that thing is on his hip unless somebody comes out and says, "Hey, that actually wasn't a fanny pack. That was like, some sort of freaking horse belt buckle thing." Da 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 da. So that's the least of my worries, but sometimes I go back and revisit it just to see if I can make something out. Kind of like the whole badge thing. People are talking about a badge. I remember seeing something that could have looked like a label on a jacket. Okay, let me go revisit it. But I know that it just isn't going to take me anywhere because there's a difference between kind of thinking that you can make something out. Like, I know that he has headphones on. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. You guys can see it in the ISP picture yourself that he has headphones on. I've showed you the headphones on his head. Those are clear as day headphones. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. Something like that is, I've showed you the microphone on his face. That again is clear as day that you can see that. The rest of everything else, I can see that his jacket has, and no matter how many pictures people take there, that jacket, people think is a scarf. They'll think it's the goggles. They'll think that there's smoke all around it. It looks like multiple of different things. And the truth is, it's just a jacket that has a droopiness to it, whatever you want to call it. What's that? Why are you laughing at me?
No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
You guys still reading the peanut comments or something?
No. I just. Do you think was I not arguing with you respectfully? I apologize if I wasn't.
No, y'all have made me feel as close to a sex therapist as I ever will. Watching two people.
Well,
y'all discuss this, whatever.
Did we make you feel uncomfortable, Steve?
Oh no, absolutely not. I've witnessed far worse conversations, but
well, no. But the thing is that this isn't to be honest with you, it's not actually a joke. The actual thing is that this has been brought up a few times because of this peanut that looks like a peanut. And the thing is that it's not like it's like fabricated. It simply is true. It simply does. By the footage, if somebody took pictures, you can clearly see that it's something there, and it's not the jeans. I've I've checked the genes. I've watched every little formation fold. No, this is whether it's an object of something that's, we can tell he has a jacket stuffed, he has headphones on, he has a microphone, right? He has something in his right arm, left arm. It's just a given. You can see that, but you just can't make everything out. That's the difference. So this peanut thing that we talk about, it's not like I'm the first person to come across it and be the last. It's just that it is something that's been brought up. I've seen before.
From my experience in law enforcement and looking at digital imaging, that whenever you're taking things there's things created that are called artifacts. And
they're called what, Steve?
In the world of digital imaging, there's things that if the camera doesn't recognize something, it will create certain artifacts. And is this an artifact, or is this actually, as Sonny says, an actual peanut, as she calls a penis or whatever it is? But and I don't know, I haven't looked at it. I do believe that the photograph, or the images, not the photograph, but the frames, I believe that there was digital editing that occurred for certain reasons during the investigation. And is what she's seeing one of the artifacts, or is it actually what it is? And until law enforcement releases the full 43 seconds of the unedited, then that will, if there's no digital editing and whatever they have, that will solve some of it. But could it be an artifact of what the device was that created what she's seeing? Because most certainly you can see something there, but what is it? Is it an artifact that was created by the device? Or is it actually what she thinks it is? Or is it some prophylactic, or is it something that he may have bought that is part of his sexual fantasy? Because there's a lot of articles out there that you most certainly can order and threaten people. We've arrested people that have their own little fun pack in the vehicle of all different types of sexual aids. So anyway, I'm glad that we have digressed to this point in our conversation.
Well, I mean, that's the whole thing. It's simple as that. It was something, whether or not it comes off looking like that, whether it is that, it seems highly unlikely that would be it. That would be a little far-fetched, in a sense. Not unheard of, I'm sure, but it would be a little bit far-fetched. But it's definitely, whether it's an object or whatever, there's something there. Something there. Is that going to make or break the case? No.
No.
I mean, it does.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many artifacts that it could or could not be. And I don't know. Both of you, like I say, as being your sex counselor right now, y'all be able to work this out when Deb gets back. I guarantee you.
Well, it makes.
I'm sure that BG had a peanut. I am sure that he had a peanut, probably.
I just like what Curdy said.
I just never paid attention to looking at it.
Pissed that we're calling it a peanut.
Case solved. BG had a peanut.
Yeah, watch him call in now. Yeah, BG, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm the one with the small peanut. Yeah.
I've never really just paid too much attention to the pictures because like you said, Steve, I think that I don't know what I'm looking at, because I don't know what's been done. Not Sonny's pictures, but just the video itself. I don't know how, what process it's gone through already.
Absolutely.
So now that's what, this is something I'm very curious about myself. And actually, before I answer that, I just wanted to go back to the survey to say that 94% know they've never visited the dark web. Obviously, 6% said that they have. So this is my thing here. And Steve, you're going to probably be the best one to answer this, even though, okay, so in my head, and this is just my thinking, so bear with me, and no offense to anybody. So in my thinking, when Doug Carter said that they wanted to know who the BG is, right? I didn't think it was rocket science to pull out a camera and start taking pictures of the BG through the video. So, and then my next thought of process was, okay, well, now I got to be able to, you know, like your finger on your phone, zoom in and see. So my thing is this. I have provided, and I'm just saying this, I have provided at least 40 to 50 things to show who the BG is. I've showed, like, so bear with me as I say this. I've showed that he is connected to Garrett Kurtz. They were found on Ron Logan's land. I've shown that they're, and this is just all, I don't want to call it, I don't want to call this part evidence, because I just want to call it, what do you want to call it, Steve? When
Is
you
your
have,
opinion?
well, but besides that, but like circumstantial things.
Okay.
Like, meaning if I say that Keegan Dunker had a mask and I show that mask, like I said, that was, he had one that was identical, then I can find that same mask at the crime scene that we don't know for sure is the crime scene, but it's just one of those things. I mean, I think inside we know that that's the crime scene, or at least most of us do, that understand that those pictures, because you can see literally the knife in one of the girls. So it's what, it seems more relevant that it's not, but I'm just saying. So if I'm taking like all these pictures to show moles, shapes of the face, all these things, okay, now I'm not a forensic expert, but I didn't think it was rocket science to do this either. So this is my thing here. So Adam says, well, you know what? I don't dive that deep. Like, I don't really look at pictures. I kind of look at certain things, but I don't really look at pictures. And so my question to you, Steve, is you're an LE. So if I've provided things to be looked at, how is it that even LE or whatever isn't even really like looking in depthly at these pictures? When I say that, I'm not talking about LE that I sent the pictures to. I just meant that if I put out that much information, I would think that people would take it upon themselves to do their homework themselves and see, hey, is she got some truth to this, or is she making it up? Because again, there's people out there that literally are clueless and don't know, at all. They don't know what they're looking for. And then there's other pictures that whatever, there's other people out there that, like myself, that really like to deep dive into this case, because I'm not here to throw fluff in the air for no reason.
Mm-hmm.
I was here to basically say, look, you guys have the ability out there in YouTube land to do exactly what I've done. So why is it that it seems like people keep wanting to say no to it, and yet really don't look at the videos or the pictures, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I just don't get it, because to me, in my head, and I'm just saying this, in my head, if someone says, I really care about this case, why would you be looking at much more than connections or the video? That's our things that we have that can link the BG. Talking about if they were in the water or not in the water and this and that, it's just fluff in a sense, because it makes no bearing on whether or not that solves the case. That stuff the LE and the FBI know way more than we could ever know. So the only thing we can truly do is maybe possibly, I feel, this is my opinion, look for connections, or take that video and put it against these POIs, because out there, I'm sure you know, Steve, that there's at least 70 POIs on that list. And people can do this for themselves and take it off. And I don't understand why. I'm just trying to understand how I can do all this work and show more than 10, 20, 30 things, and that other people still, even within law, don't even take the time you have with me in the little bit of time that I've known you, but don't really invest that time as if it doesn't count. And so people are so willing to me to say, like, it's not the BG, but yet, you know what, dig like I have, and then tell me that I can't do it. So I want to know the answer, because I'm curious.
Okay.
Why?
All right. Right now, we're at the point of trying to compare apple to oranges. Law enforcement has the first generation of these images. And if we had the first generation unedited and no possibility of pixelation and all this other stuff, then we could compare. Law enforcement, as law enforcement professionals, we're no different than the web sleuth community. We're all humans. We all look at these things. They will have had a group of people, not just one individual that looks at these images, and they will have broke this bridge guy video down frame by frame by frame, and each individual will look at this and they'll present a report of what they see, and then they get together and there'll be a think tank of what the unedited truly what the images are.
Right.
And so law enforcement may have already determined exactly everything in the unedited, and because as a group of people, and if we look at that, okay, let's say for a fact that, okay, we do have the unedited, this is true, absolutely. They still will have seen everything that you've seen. And because there's some very creative people out there across the board,
Exactly.
and people see different things. And so you may think that they slighted your opinion of it, but that may not be the case. They just accepted it and say, okay, she's seeing the same thing that we've seen. And she's right, but they just can't admit it. And or they have the true that, okay, we have the actual and we know exactly what's there. And so when a clue comes in or a tip comes in and it's something that's absolutely not anything that's close, they just toss it out the door. I hope that clarifies.
Yes. Yes, it does. I exactly understand what you're saying there.
Mm-hmm.
I guess it just becomes to the internet.
Oh, yes.
Instead, like my thing is this, and it's okay because it's not going to change, and this is apparent, is that about 70 or so people have been called the bridge guy. Obviously, we know there's one bridge guy. There's not two people on the bridge. There's one person, right? So
Absolutely.
I didn't just pick out my KD out of nowhere, out of a hat.
Okay.
I was, before I even knew about him, I was looking and had taken photos and I was comparing it, because at the end of the day, to me, Steve, you have different features than the bridge guy. So your features from your eyes to your nose are going to be quite different, just like from this area to this area and this area to this area. And some things might seem similar, but at the end of the day, there's enough video footage there to know that it might not be able to be seen in one picture, but there is enough there that you can make out the BG's, like similar features or whatever. There's enough there. It can be done. So that can rule out quite a few people. And so this is why in my head, I don't understand. People can do this all they want and take it. So instead of chasing this ghost, in a sense, through all these different creators and all these different people, someone themselves can take the rein into their own hands like I did and chose to go, you know what? I've been taken over. I'll probably say I'm close to like 50. No, sorry, 70 to 80,000 pictures total. And out of those 70 to 80,000 pictures, I got about, I would say, maybe a few hundred that are actually, besides repetitive pictures where I've taken them over, in a sense. I would say out of those, I probably got a good substantial couple hundred that are actually worth me keeping. And then in order to do something with them, to show it to, to make Ali have seen it, I have to, of course, enhance it. I'm not changing it. Mm-hmm. I'm enhancing only the color of it. Yeah. I'm not distorting any features besides bringing it in, right? But I'm not changing any characteristics of it. I'm not using a program that erases anything. It's just simply, here's an image in a purple color or an orange color because it showed off the markings in the best light without distorting it. So someone might call that manipulating it or changing it. I think of manipulation or changing it when you are literally physically changing the actual picture, by moving the nose around, like the one I did. That's physically moving something. I just take the video that was there given to us. And granted, we don't know if that was the original. I'm sure that the picture of the BG, they have probably a lot clearer image. You know, who knows? It's just a guessing game. But I
Yes.
guess all I'm saying is for the people that are out there, hi, Bridge Burner, that are out there that really want to find answers. This is what I keep saying. Do your own homework. Decide for yourself. In like meaning that is possible. They can eliminate so many of their own POIs because some people change their POI like they change their underwear. I'm not right. And then they come up with these fabricated stories to go with it. And it's just kind of like, but if you truly followed, if you stay the course of what's being said and you don't veer off that too much and you kind of stay on that course and you just follow it and veer off a little bit as things are being told, that's where the true answer will lie at the end of the day. It's not going to be some far-fetched out there usually thing. It's usually not that far. It happened in the Barry Morphew case. You know, yeah, it had some twists and turns, but it wasn't far off of the course of what was how it started out. You know, the gist of it was there, and then there was just more embellishment and things that you didn't know along the way. So I find that when people go way off path or try to create their BG, they're just misguiding and misleading people because that's not information that was out there. It's what the information that they tried to put upon this person of interest that they now created to have a story behind it, you know. And I just don't really feel I've ever done that. I've never claimed that my story is accurate, but what I've claimed is that Garrett Kurtz is talking, Chris Mathis is talking, right? There's the stuff to me that back it up, the mask and this stuff. So that's where I say I've done my homework. I didn't make up this whole thing about KD. The reason KD is attached is simply because, again, besides looking at the thing, he is Garrett Kurtz's best friend, Ron Logan. The cryptic note. You put that all together like a puzzle piece, and right, it's hard not to not look down that road because the road is taken me that way by what people have said and the stuff that I came across. But that was through a lot of work. And I just wish that people would tune in to their own POI and compare it if they truly wanted to figure out who the BG is.
And this is a perfect example of in law enforcement that we would, if we have multiple suspects, we would have someone that, in your case, that would be working towards that person of interest. That in law enforcement, if you have multiple suspects, you're going to have someone just like you that is passionate towards their person of interest. Everything they do is to convince at the end of the day, this is the guy that we're looking for. This is the evidence that supports my theory.
Right. Yeah.
And you'll have multiple, even in law enforcement, you'll have another team that they'll have somebody that's a different person, but they'll be just as passionate. And they'll be that this is our guy. This is who it is. This is the evidence that we have supporting it. And it has to be a certain amount of evidence. And at the end of the day, someone has to be right.
Correct.
And we don't know which one of those teams is right now because it's so, we don't have the information. But and I honestly believe that right now, you know, and like all the other homicides with some of the serial killers, you know, like Ted Bundy, there were multiple suspects and multiple Teds. And with, you know, it's part of doing business that you're going to have these parallel investigations. And it's good to have passionate people for the fact that they'll run that rabbit to ground, and they'll make the other people that's with their person of interest work harder to prove that they're right. And it's through that competitiveness that will result at the end of the day that they're going to get the right guy.
Correct. I mean, at the end of the day, it still to me is no matter what, doesn't matter if it's me, doesn't matter if it's another creator or not, doesn't matter if it's you or not. At the end of the day, no one's right really until somebody's underneath arrest.
That's
So
it. And I'll congratulate and
you know,
say good job to whoever.
and so
Really.
so that's just the thing. I know that. So that's what makes the purpose of me is that that's not going to happen until we understand, like until people understand that the only time it's really going to truly matter is when we hear that a person or people have been arrested. But until that time, I'm still going to keep searching and digging and showing whatever information I can to keep my, at least my ethic, my work ethic, my integrity, and if people want to challenge that, so be it. Whatever, doesn't matter. I'm a strong enough person to, withstand that type of criticism, really. It's different between someone just being rude and, and then uh, obviously having their own opinion about it. Fair enough. I understand that, but I just feel like that there is the opportunity out there. It's like I'm preaching. I feel like there's the opportunity out there for people to say, hey, you know what? I got some time on my hands. I'm going to actually dig into the BG myself. I'm going to do this work myself, and I'm going to figure out more about maybe the motive, what they think. Still not, and again, and if there's something that's of substance, you turn it in as a tip,
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
and that's the best we can do. I think I just call it doing your due diligence as a person. I don't submit just everything and anything. I'm not like that. I have to show my work. I have to show multiple things of my work before I send it in. Unless I deem it as really important, I probably sent in things maybe 5 times in 2.5 years. Why? Because I like to collect my stuff first. And I already feel like that they know who the BG is. So I just send it along going, here you go. Here's something in case you need it. Maybe check it out, but I don't do that very lightly. I'm not there to waste their time, right?
Okay.
I'm going to send in important things.
Of course.
Yeah. That I deem as important. Not speaking for anybody else. It's just my way of doing something.
Yeah.
I'm not going to turn in, whoops, my background. I'm not going to turn in somebody because that person has a blue jacket.
Yeah.
No, I'm not going to do that. Everyone can have a blue jacket. It's very common to have a blue jacket. So that's something like that. I wouldn't tip that in because what they probably got 1,000 of those tips for the blue jacket.
Now, I don't know what the first day of Bridge Guy being his picture put on TV, but if anyone knows of anyone that owned the blue jacket the day after Bridge Guy's video went up and threw it away, we might need that tip.
Say that. Sorry, Steve. Can you say that one more time?
That the day after, I think that there was a reaction by Bridge Guy, that there was a reflective action, that when he first saw that, oh, they've got something on me. I didn't realize they did this, that they've got my clothing, that there's a possibility that everything that he owned and wore that day, that he discarded it, because there's going to be on that clothing that if law enforcement comes to his home, that he got rid of probably that first day, that, oh, if they come and do a search warrant, they know who I am. I mean, I recognize myself. If I recognize myself, who else recognizes me? And what did, my first, if you were the bad guy and they just showed a picture of you wearing certain articles that you had contact with 2 murdered victims in, what are you going to do with those articles? Are you going to keep them? Or are you going to discard them instantly? Are you going to take them out in the backyard and burn them instantly?
Yeah. That's one thing that has been said, is that they were burned. That's another rumor. But that's exactly, I'm sure, what would have happened, because obviously, what else are you going to do? You're going to burn them or put them in some sort of thing that kills and disintegrates clothes. No one's going to want.
But now, if he's of a certain personality, he'll keep them, and that's part of his trophies. I got it passed on.
Right.
We don't know, but he most certainly, there would have been something that he would have put them in storage. He would have separated himself from them articles,
right,
in a manner that is not easily traceable.
Yeah. Yeah. Can I ask you? So Ben V had asked a while back. Do you think the 2 second video is the only time the BG is clear enough in the whole video? What's your thoughts on that?
No, I believe that this was and it's just, it's speculation,
Yeah.
absolutely speculation on my part,
Hmm.
that law enforcement chose those 48 frames for a reason. Were they the easiest to digitally edit? Were
Right.
they, and did it show something that they wanted to be shown? But also, it was the easiest for them to edit to hide something. Was it possibly a weapon? Was it whatever made Libby and Abby um, uh, uh, become aware of his presence? But there's a reason they chose those out of that 43-second video, that they chose 48 slides, which is around 1.5 seconds if it's a 30 frame per second video.
Yeah.
And so you're just over 1.5 seconds if you did the frame count.
Right.
And
Yeah. Because
so,
I was gonna say yeah.
yeah,
Just over one.
but uh, within law enforcement, they chose those for a reason. And I believe that, and the only way that we'll ever know is that they have to release it. And if they don't release it, and they take it to their grave, shame on them. Let's at least close off the speculation and the time that we could be focused on something else. That you have such a a group of people, of eyes on the ground, that really want to do something for this case, and we're focusing on 48 frames. Whereas if they released it, now we can go on and focus on something else.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
no, that's pretty much it.
No, Tara says, can you ask Steve if he thinks the video audio would ever be taken seriously in court? I'm going to answer that yes, but what do you think, Steve?
Oh, absolutely. It most certainly isn't an alibi.
Yeah.
This, you know, uh, they took a picture of him, and within 40, in a very narrow time frame, that from 207, from the last picture of that was taken by Libby, to of Abby, to the time that was one of the guardians, the grandparent, got there and started looking for her. I mean, we're looking at a very narrow time frame.
Yeah.
That most certainly, if Mr. German had heard screaming or hollering, that he would have reacted.
Yeah.
And which is some things that I would love to get there at some point in the same conditions, and do some tests and studies, so that we're not just guessing,
Right.
and do it in a controlled environment with controls, and actually be able to take away some of the speculations of what can be seen, what could be heard, and what are those exact distances. I mean, and the FBI and the law enforcement, they have all that information. We don't.
You know what actually bugs me probably about the whole thing is things that Carter says, that they've said, that they've double talked on, and they themselves have caused this confusion in the whole Delphi case. To be honest with you, I feel they're the ones that put out a sketch of some old guy, 2 years later turned it around to some young guy that looks like he's 20. Carter has said that we're not going to give that information recently on certain things, but yet he's already said it before. It's just, it's basically, I feel like a lot of it is their fault for this information that is twisted around because of their double talking a lot. And again, that whole sketch thing, to me, honestly, that's why I didn't even bother with the case when I saw it. I wasn't interested in cases. I wasn't even doing this. I literally got such a headache from trying to understand the case, because why was there, this picture of this old guy, and then all of a sudden 2 years later, this this young kid. And then that's when the Suzanne Morphew case came out. And I was like, so I would keep an eye on it because Barry Morphew, people were trying to link Barry Morphew to the Delphi as well. Understandably so. It wasn't like it wasn't understandably so. There was so many parallels that made sense.
And
But
he's from there.
hey,
And he's from there. And he's from there.
from around that area. He moved in 2018, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Meaning, it was just too many parallels that would rightfully so make him a thought for the Delphi case as well. Anyways, like I said, I just was taking a break from Suzanne's video. I can't remember, it was Mother's Day. Thought, you know what? I got some time. I'm just going to go look back at this. I remember this story with the two girls on the bridge. I kept checking back in on it a little bit. I knew that there was a lot of people that were following it. I didn't realize the amount that this case or how big it was, to be honest with you. I probably didn't know that for a long time, to be honest with you. I just knew that, like anything, people follow certain cases. And then I realized, oh, this actually case is quite big in the true crime community.
Mhm.
And I'd probably say that was probably more like a year ago that I recognized just kind of like the mass of the Delphi case.
Right.
And it was just one of those things, like I said, I don't know. I just think that the LE have done a lot of double talking and have really, you know what? It would be one thing if they didn't change that sketch, but they did. And that just totally, Steve, if you might not know this or you might know this, but you know what? 75 at least % of the people, and maybe it's gotten a little less by now, but at this time, I'd say half a year ago, about 75% still believe that the BG is somewhere between 45 to more 65 area still. So it's like that younger sketch didn't matter to most people because they were still stuck on the first 2 years of information that they were looking at, that no one wanted to divert because nobody wanted to believe that this young person could have done it. I think more so we're starting to understand that it is a younger person, that the LE would not have hurt the family in that manner by ever doing something like that. I mean, they already had to basically, suck it up and say, hey, look, we thought originally this is the sketch and we went with this for the whatever reasons, but obviously, they had to change directions, like Doug Carter said. And I just think, I don't know. Do you feel like they've just done a lot of double talking and have confused people? Because I do.
Well, if their strategy was to absolutely drive the community crazy and cause confusion, they've knocked it out of the park.
Yeah, correct.
And how do we right the ship? And because was the task force divided between, okay, this is our best suspect. This is the sketch that closely fitted the first bridge guy image. Okay, so let's say that.
Yeah.
You had two teams. You had one team that was totally focusing on young guy. That image was, that sketch was created within a week, I think, of. And so you have a sketch of young guy, and then you have a sketch of older guy. And now we look at the video. Which sketch is closest to the video? And so that team wins out. I've thought about, and this is the only thing that makes sense, but it still doesn't make sense. That, okay, we're going to give team A 2 years to prove it's this one.
Right.
And now team A has lost the battle.
Yeah.
And so now we got team B. And what are the similarities? And if they came out and explained it that way, that would at least give us an idea of what they were doing.
Correct.
But they won't do that. Now, that's the only way I make sense of it.
It is. Yeah. It was ridiculous, Steve, to be honest with you. That's what frustrated me about it, is that they weren't clearing up why they did it, really.
Yeah. And I'm not saying I'm right on what that is, but that's the only thing, is that, okay, we have a sketch that was made within a day or two of young guy. And then we have where that 16-year-old and
One second, I need to adjust my butt.
and then you have the there was another witness, a male that was with the female, that they both thought that the guy was older.
Right.
And I believe they still don't agree with the young sketch. If I'm not, I think that's from the rumors. I don't know if
Right.
it's true.
Because there's so much confusion with all of that. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's all speculation and rumors. But most certainly, whatever that girl, that 16-year-old, when she called in, whatever tip she called in, that's exactly who they should have focused on and never backed off of.
Right.
Because she called in, if the way I understand, and it's been all the timelines, they say that this person submitted a tip of and described Bridge Guy prior to what Bridge Guy image showed. And
right.
So whatever she did is who I would rely upon. And I don't know if she helped create a composite or not, but if she did, I'm with her. Whatever she says it is, I'm with her. And if she says it's the younger guy, I'm with her. If she says it's the older guy, I'm with her. And because she did call in, if it's true that she actually, and all the stuff about sending the image in, and that Bridge Guy looked at her and she felt intimidated enough
right.
to remember exactly what he looked like and called in that tip, which there's some truth in some of the detail. The devil's in the details. And if that's what it's based upon, then that's what I'm with whatever she is, and I don't know where she stands.
Is that too bright? I'm not sure. Now, just to ask you, Adam, actually, Adam, the friend, okay, remember the one that Deb talks about, the lady that was talking about how she had met someone off of Snapchat that was 19 years old, and that was like that she was going to meet up that day. Like it was planned to meet up with someone that day. Remember how there's that lady that has the video, Melvin? No, was it Melvin? Something
Julie
Melvin.
Melvin.
Julie Melvin. Wasn't it Julie Melvin that said something about? Wasn't she the one that talked about that?
About the Libby? Libby was talking to a 19-year-old.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I don't know all the details about that, but yeah, no, I think it was Julie Melvin.
Yeah. To me, that will come to fruition, and that will be more along the truth. That was right near the start. I usually feel like the details at the start is usually where things are to be looked at the most, because that's when people's lips are loose. Right. That's where now, unfortunately, a lot of social media has been taken down, because it's been 5.5 years basically, and so it was said that on Snapchat or whatever, that she was talking to someone portraying themselves as whatever, as a 19-year-old, and that it was a planned day that they were to meet up. And for me, it's not that I know it's fact. It just to me seems more like the truth trail for that one. If I had to, honestly, the whole case is a headache in general. And Keegan Kline aspect doesn't make it any easier.
No.
In fact, it added a twist that I thought was kind of great at first. And then after a while of digging and searching, I realized that's like Pandora's box that opened up over there.
And that's something I can't turn my back on.
Yeah. Right. Well, because it's a plethora of information.
Yeah. But law enforcement will, until they identify someone, that avenue has to stay open.
Mm-hmm.
There's no denying it, because if you have, and because the questions that are within that interrogations is that they're indicative that someone contacted them prior to and after on the same day of their murder. And that's within the interrogations of a law enforcement officer.
Yeah.
And and so you can't turn your back until someone, and the family was shocked, and who wasn't shocked that, you can't turn your back. Where did this come from?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Connie, really quickly,
Go ahead.
I hope that you know that I was not saying that I disagreed with the research that you've done with the
No, no,
videos things, and so I really, I respect, and
no.
you
It should
that
my
1,000%.
yeah. No, 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 no.
I just
Steve's
didn't
my
want
new
I didn't
best
want you to
friend
think
now.
that I was
That's all.
trying to say that about
Oh no, no.
towards
But
you. I just think there's so many pictures that have been going around YouTube of AI
Courtney's my best friend
programs
now.
that
Steve is definitely my best.
that I just naturally, it's so hard for me to
friend.
believe things when I look at them,
Yeah.
because so many people are running these pictures through AI programs that I just that's the only reason, but I know that you put your work into yours.
Of course.
So I was, I
Oh
hope
no,
that people didn't
you
think that
know,
I was disagreeing with you.
I guess at like I am one of at home. Okay, I am one of the least caring if my house is clean or a mess. I could care less about that shit. But when I do something, I'm gonna do it damn well. And I just like I know you guys, um, I have my own integrity and that to live up to.
Yeah,
Okay,
and I would never question that.
right. So for instance, well, let's just take the guest that didn't come on today. Okay, he knew full well that he was supposed to be on today. So yeah, okay, whatever. The thing, bottom line is, if you don't have respect, you don't have nothing, right? Like if you don't have your word, you have nothing. So for me, I have to live up to my own high standards of what I know to be true to who I am as a person. That doesn't necessarily apply to everyone. It's my model. It's how I'm made up. It's how I work. So, like I said, I might be a very carefree person in life, but when I do something, and I took this thing very seriously with Abby and Libby, why? It was just because I felt compelled that I had to share this information. I was going to walk away from it and go, you know what? I don't need this bullshit. This isn't my family. This isn't whatever. I don't need this. But there's my heart and care level doesn't allow me to. It's like when I own a pet, I just can't give it back up. Well, this case, it impacted my heart. Anyone that knows me knows I've done it for always the right reasons, you know. But like I said, and the ones that are negative in life and whatever, those are the ones that will, regardless if they're friends in your life or not, there's always going to be those little vultures that circle around trying to take away your spirit and take away who you are. And those are the ones that, they don't affect me. But because I know the person I am, but I'm just trying to understand myself just from my own thoughts. Like when I did that survey the one day, like, hey, how many people think Katie is the BG?
Right.
I mean, we've talked about it enough now. Now I'm just curious how many people literally actually are following what I'm trying to show them. Okay. But there's that piece of me, and this has nothing to do with arrogance or anything. This is about if somebody else had a YouTube channel and I was invested in the case, I would definitely take the time to look over their work if I felt it was worthy,
Right.
in a sense. If I feel like it's just someone just making a video to make a video type of idea, fine, fair enough. But in my head, I try to understand the level of compassion for the Delphi case versus the amount of people that literally go from channel to channel, not really doing their own detailed work, but wanting to know answers to the case and ride off of other people's backs in a sense. But it's not that I don't even want to say riding off of people's backs. Some do, but there's a lot of people that just don't have the skill set or knowledge because it's not their forte to do
Right.
it. They might care, but that doesn't mean that they're creative in thinking or they're creative. I'm very creative. I didn't think it was creative to do what I did. I just thought it was, hey, I just kind of thought like, what would I do? What's the best thing I can do? So in my head, I'm just like, okay, if people really want to determine who the BG is, do your proper homework. Do yourself that favor and do your homework. So if Steve or you tell me something, you know this from our time in chat, I don't necessarily just believe you. I will go look at it myself to see what you're showing me so that I can go, you know what, you're right. I looked into it myself. I agree.
You know what my greatest hope is, and don't take this in a bad way, any shape, form, or fashion. Just listen through.
Damn it all.
I hope there's someone out there that is so moved by your passion that they'll go to the end of the world to prove you wrong and get Bridge Guy.
Yeah. Right.
Well,
yeah.
What I've said to Sunny too is that, you know, because she gets a lot of criticism for her PI
honest.
or POI, and you know, one thing that I respect though about Sunny is that we don't have to agree on everything to still get along and to still share, you know, to do this work together, because, you know, I don't think it would make any sense for Sunny to have two cheerleaders just sitting next to her.
Yeah.
Right. But it's going to be boring.
But
I know how investigations work.
But one thing I think is important is that, unlike Sunny has named a POI. Okay, so she's done the research and she's done extensive research. Everyone in the world has a POI on YouTube, and 99.9% of each of those people are all going to be wrong. Why is her naming a POI different than anyone else? You know, because the people that say Daniel Pearson or the people that say Gabe Elliott, you know, most of these people are going to be wrong. You know,
only one person can be right.
Right.
Exactly.
Well, the thing that I think, so Adam,
one
there,
POI is right.
Yeah, is that some YouTube creators decide that I am going to use my highest morals, and I don't like the fact that she's calling out this poor innocent victim named KD.
Right. And it's not just YouTube. I mean, it was Reddit. It was, you know.
Right. But hey, we can talk about Pat Brown. We can talk about Daniel Pearson. Hell, we can make up all these other names to put into that list. But you know what? I'm going to take a high moral stance on Sunny, because this poor innocent person, really? What about those other 100 innocent people that keep getting talked about? But yet somehow the moral ground is because Sunny's female.
Because that's what even James Chadwell didn't. He's not guilty of it, but he got accused of it.
Yeah,
he's a horrible person, but you know what I mean. But you could say he was innocent. He was falsely accused by people.
I just find it hilarious that it's the men. It's continuously the men that either want to call me, act like I'm some sort of psychic, that I've read tarot card readings and I've done all these things. You know what? Actually, it's not what I do. I'm a drunk, apparently. I drink, you know, and
that's just one reason I've never named a POI, because I don't think, you know, I'm just like, you know what?
Yeah, I got to show this to Steve. Steve, if you haven't seen it, you have to.
I'm not going to make the arrest, so.
There we go. We're back. I still laugh at that every time. It still makes me laugh because that's what I'm accused of being a drunk, being a
Mhm.
psychic reader. I've read cards and stuff like that. Um, can I? And I want to say one thing. What did you find that kind of funny? I thought it was. I thought it was a funny way to say I don't really care.
I want to know where they found the glasses.
I know, right?
We'll send you one if Sonny's not using them all.
Only if they're in matching pairs, Steve and Mrs. Steve.
And Cordy, I want to say thank you for your comment as I seen it as I was watching the video there. We are here because we are interested in your theories and research. Thank you. Again, I very much respect Steve. And there's somebody else I want to point out today. Sorry, Adam, you and Debbie, of course, too. There's a lot of people that I respect that have come to know as family of this channel. But one person I do want to give acknowledgement and respect is Adjusted Fate. I remember Adjusted Fate made a comment. It was more towards like kind of like what are you seeing in this BG? Like what? I can't remember the exact comment, but it was something where she didn't necessarily understand where I was coming from. So then I showed a video and showed her, and then I remember her making a comment, or him, or whichever, I think it's a her, saying that now I understand. Now I understand. But Adjusted Fate, and I've seen you leave a couple comments, and I know I haven't answered back yet. But I just want to say like that when I see Adjusted Fate and others, but I'm specifically talking about Adjusted Fate right now. When I see someone leave a comments that make me challenge my own brain, that make me go, you know what? Me and her, when she speaks, I can totally relate to what her remarks are on the videos. Like she'll say something about maybe how I feel like the story is playing out, and then I'll see her say those same things like, I can see it this way because of this, this, and this. Now, I can see what you're saying, and I, da 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 da. And it's just she says it very well, but she makes me go, exactly. Or maybe there's something that she said where I'm going, here, you know what? Let me think into that. But almost pretty much she's one of those people that I can see why, like when people connect, because when she says something, I feel like that person that I've always been telling about the story, this other person has emerged going with that same brain wavelength in a sense, seeing what I'm seeing or understanding what I'm seeing. But I do love your comments, Adjusted Fate. Again, there's one thing to be nice about something and critical to a creator. And there's another thing to say, hey, I might not agree with your POI, or what do you think of this? Or have you looked into this? And da. That's what I appreciate, because that's someone coming at me saying, look, I necessarily don't agree that the POI is your KD, but I see a lot of things about the drugs, perhaps, maybe the revenge motivation, da. I will always appreciate people that don't come on the attack. They just basically are saying their thoughts, and they're saying them in a nice manner. So
Right.
Connected, that's the word. But Linda, you know what? I know for Steve too, it's probably been a long day. I know for me, I went to work going, where's the freaking coffee?
I've got a question for Adam.
Yeah.
And we need to get to the bottom of this. That why is he misleading me and you, and by saying that he doesn't have a person of interest?
Right. Correct.
Because somewhere within his brain cells,
Yes.
he has someone that's at the forefront of the runners. He may not say that they're absolutely without that it is, but he has someone that he favors more than others.
Correct.
And I'm not asking him to identify, but
No, and I would be honest if I did. I honestly do not. I find I take pieces of everything that I've learned, and I with Sonny, with KD, to me KD is just as plausible, is very, very plausible. And if and for no other reason, he's kept Garrett Kurtz, he's kept that entire group in the mix, and people would not have been talking about them this whole time if it hadn't been for Sonny talking about Keegan Dunker.
Correct.
And I look at the Kleins. Everything about the Kleins makes sense. They don't look like the people on the bridge. So honestly, I don't have someone that I've looked at on that bridge and thought to myself, that's who it is.
Do you see what I just did there,
I
Sonny?
think there are people that have plenty of motive for the murder, but do I think the bridge guy? I don't know.
So already
just
we've
the way my brain
eliminated
works.
some from his list. So we're narrowing exactly who he has at the top of the list.
Right.
And it's taken me a while to get to this point. So we got the Kleins down to the back of the list now. And we're going to continue this assault on him until we narrow down who is.
Like I said, I think I've told you both times we've talked now, I'm one of those people that I have to prove everything to myself.
I understand. But eventually I'm going to get to your top 5.
Yeah.
And,
he has a top 5, I believe.
I just don't, I think we're missing an important puzzle piece, and as soon as we get that puzzle piece, I'll have a POI.
And that's the sad state of affairs, is that we may everyone be wrong before the fact it could be. I mean, if we're talking about a serial killer, it was just a chance encounter. Everybody's wrong.
Exactly. And I'm not afraid to be wrong. The way I use critical thinking to do everything, and I haven't seen the answer yet to get me there.
Yeah. I mean, if it
but
was
there's
just
pieces of it everywhere.
If it was indicative and it is a serial killer that's not local, it doesn't mean that there's not a serial killer within the community or a psychopath within the community. But if it's just a psychopath passing through, everybody's wrong. Nobody's right.
Right. The thing is that, and this is what I say as well. So I might say that KD is the BG. Doesn't matter if I'm right. Doesn't matter if I'm wrong in a sense, because there is more than that just going on here. So my focus has not really been on KD for quite a long time. I've already put that to rest for myself. Mm-hmm. Other people want to hear about it, and I don't mind making up videos and showing people because I know the care level, and I'm hoping that little by little, that at some point that people are going to go, you know what? I get it. He worked at Packers. He was this, he was that. Again, when they come into their own on that, or if they ever do, fine, so be it. Doesn't matter to me whatsoever at the end of the day, So so what I have been trying to search for myself for the longest time is what it was the connection. What was it? I felt for me, it was the answer I was looking for was what actually put KD on that bridge? Was it money? Was it helping out Garrett Kurtz, his best buddy that asked him to go on the bridge that day? This is my own personal venture. I figured, okay, I've got this part figured out. Let me move on to the storyline. That was about 7 months into it. Because at the end of the day, I think everyone's searching for that answer. Besides the BG, what was the reason that those girls were killed? And then the whole Keegan Klein stuff came into the mix. So kind of like Adam and Deb and that, everyone's looking for those puzzle pieces that can make someone understand why were those girls truly killed? Was it for us because of a porn sex ring? Was it because of revenge against Libby's dad, perhaps? What was it? Like, where's that connection lie? And honestly, like I said, I think yesterday, is that I feel like I'm a dog with his tail between his legs, doing circles and circles and circles.
Right.
Because at the end of the day, when you live in a small town and there's a bunch of druggies, they're all going to be on those Facebook lists.
Right.
And to ever find out the true answer, unless someone coughs something up to me and gives me some nice evidence in my email and stuff like that. Like, for instance, and this has nothing to do with you so much as it has to do with KD. If someone sent me a nice picture of KD at the Monan Bridge, High Bridge, thank you. You just proved to me that he was a liar yet again.
Right.
So something like that goes, okay, you've already made up that I'm a druggie. You already made up that I lived in Indiana. You already made up the fact that I moved to Canada. I don't know.
That he lost his job because of you.
That he lost his job
father.
because he couldn't get one. Yet he's working at Something Express right now, and he has a girlfriend and stuff like that. But I'm just saying, why would somebody even need to make up those lies if they were innocent? Why would you need to tell someone I was a druggie and lived next door to them in Indiana? Why would you need to do that? Right?
And, see, and every piece of evidence that Sonny's provided about KD makes 100%. I believe every aspect of it. It's the connection that she, it's the connection to why was he on the bridge. And that's my thing, thing with everyone. I think that, TK and KK's cousin looks like he could be the guy on the bridge. But I'm like, but what's his purpose for being there? How,
Right.
so that's the only reason I don't name a POI.
Yeah. You see, y'all have far more information than I do. I'm new to the thing. Y'all have been working this. How long you been working this, Sonny?
For me, it's been, let's see here. If Suzanne Morphew disappeared May 10th, 2020, it was about September of 2020 that I came over.
Okay. And how about you, Adam?
I've been looking into the case since 2019, but only on YouTube since January of this year.
Okay. All right.
So I didn't do anything with true crime on YouTube until I came across Sunny's channel. Mm-hmm. And that was the first time I'd ever heard about Garrett Kurtz and all of these people. Mm-hmm. So that, and just the fact that, I like her personality, that's kind of what into her, because she taught me so much about a case I thought I already knew a lot about.
Uh-huh.
I like the fact of my work ethic. I like the fact that I like it when I hear people say, you know what, you're one of the few people that ever, like, I'm probably maybe one of the very few that ever show what I'm showing you. Because again, I take you along on the journey. I'm not just showing you a picture. I'm trying to explain why I'm showing you this picture. Mm-hmm. I'm trying, because I don't even think of it as anything different, but I just know people put out videos and and then they talk about things and whatever.
And they don't tell you how they did them.
No, but I work very hard on the other aspect of it. And so, correct. Like I said, you might not have been doing it as long in a sense. And just like me, when I first started out, right. And then you just come to, you want to hurt your brain after a while and smack your head against a wall, because you start realizing that there's just so much misleading stuff. And then when the whole Keegan Klein stuff came out, I mean, that stuff got poured on us all in a small period of time. And it left me and my head, my brain waves going, whoa, like I can barely catch up with this. And then the 194 page is released, and then, whoa, and here's more stuff.
Right. And it's a huge piece of evidence given by law enforcement that we have to look into, because it's, because that's the evidence put in front of us.
The picture that you sent me the other day that I've sent back to you, that I've built, how certain are you that is actually what that is?
I'm not.
Okay. Have you seen it, Adam?
No. Oh,
the one that you said looks like Ashley?
No. It's
I don't think if I shared it with them, I'm not sure if I did or not, to be honest. Okay. Did you want me to put it up?
No. I was just very curious about that, for the fact that when you look at it, and it is something that is extremely, that I looked at that, and is that an artifact, and what are the chances of it being an artifact that has the chance that is, all those parts would come together to create such an image.
Right.
Is it a picture of BG? Is it a picture of Bridge Guy, or is it a picture of something else?
No, it's just of his arm in a certain position, and
the fingers.
No. It's up to Sunny if she wishes to do it or not.
Yeah. Let me just.
She shares the most. I mean, I'm sure she'll share it with me if she doesn't want to put it up now. But
no, I don't mind putting it up. I just need to find it. Actually,
I found it very intriguing. I hadn't looked into it, but when she sent it to me, it took me 20 minutes to. She asked me what I thought it could be or would be, and I went in and she had adjusted some things. And once again, it's something that we don't know what was done prior to us getting it.
And that's that's always my thing. And Sunny always is transparent about it, what she does. But when I look at things, I'm like, because an AI program is an artificial intelligence program. Yeah. The whole purpose of it is to make sense of something, or to make sense of stuff that you can't see, and to make it look like it makes sense, or to overlay a picture and connect it to what you want it to look like.
Well, what she has sent, and if it is, and it creates.
Oh, here it is. Okay. Go ahead. Okay.
Because people send pictures all the time, you know, and I'm like, well, what happened? How did we get? How you know when we got the picture? What had
Okay.
been done to it?
Yeah.
Well, first of all, so the picture was let's see where let me just think here. So the picture is from the original video.
Mhm.
I did nothing besides using color and zooming to lock it in. So sometimes what happens is I'll take a picture and then maybe something catches my eye that I can make out a little clearer in the picture this time. I'll take it into Photo Express and then I will use the best coloring that emphasize it. And then I might take it out. What happens is I'll usually take a picture of that. And then I'll go back in again, take that same picture and enhance it again and see the clarity. I'm trying to get the best closest image I can to determine what this is. So I will put it up just to show. It's the one where it's beside your picture there, your watch thing. Share screen. That's in my email, I think. Oh, husband. Yes, yes, husband. This is it here. Okay. So did I share? Okay. So let's take this down for a second. Thank you for all the comments. And again, thank you for supporting the channel. And please feel free to go over to Steve's True Crime Web channel, subscribe to him, watch him. Great human being. Love it. But this is the picture right here. So this is what you know, that shiny thing that's on his arm that looks like a watch at first glance. It just, you can see this roundness to it. And it
On
just,
which arm?
pardon? Oh,
On which
look
arm?
at the video.
It's on the right arm.
It's where
Okay.
his little pouches.
It's
that you
right
want to
above.
call
It's
them.
right above the fanny pack.
The sun facing side.
Yeah.
Yes.
So let me just actually, if I download this, let me just bring it into the other. Hey, Steve, can I ask you something?
Sure.
Is it just me? I know this is just where the eyes can trick you, but doesn't it keep looking like there's a person's face or almost
Like
like
a locket.
like a not like a locket. It's just that inside of the watch, it
Like a
almost
pocket
has
watch.
it almost has like the interpretation of a face with a hat on and a jacket, almost like a police officer.
Well, I
But
mean,
that's just
yeah. And it's once again, is it something that the mind's making up? Is this Ma and Pa Kettle sitting in the front yard holding the shovel
yeah,
on the chicken farm or wherever they're at?
yeah,
I mean, you know, and it's just like I said, cameras sometimes or images can be artifacts, and is that artifact or not? The whole thing is not an artifact,
right, exactly.
and because it is, there's some details in there that I find very interesting that are
Yeah.
consistent, and the significance is that it was, like I
See
said,
that?
I never paid any attention. He'll show you. Yes.
See
This-
that? This is what I'm
Right.
talking about. Right there. That
Can you
is
zoom back
what-
in?
Yeah. So this here, that shiny spot, that's
Mhm.
here. Okay.
Mhm.
Whatever
So
she did to adjust it through the lighting and contrast.
it's what I call getting a lucky shot. Is
Which
what I
couldn't
call it.
it just as easily be the sun reflecting off a white person's skin, off that little bit
No.
of skin that's showing, and
No.
going into their hand in their pocket?
No.
And
This thing has
I
no
don't
light.
know, but I mean, it is an artifact of something, and I don't know if
Yeah.
it's something that was created by the camera or not. But it's that
Yeah.
we have to look at is that
Yeah.
let's look at it from both ways.
Yeah.
What harm does it do that we say, okay, guys, for a few moments here, let's imagine,
Not this watch, but yeah.
let's imagine that Bridge Guy does wear his watch on his right arm.
Mm-hmm.
And so now, as a community, how many guys that have reddish brown hair that matches the description wears their watch on the right arm? And
Right.
let's just call that in today.
Mm-hmm.
And what harm does that do?
None.
Right.
And so, and the reason I wanted this is to make that point that if we ever have some of these tips, that it does no harm not to call this in. There's no harm for Sonny not to put this call in to law enforcement and to pass along this image to law enforcement. Because if they look at it and they say, oh, that is good. I mean, we don't know. And I'm not trying to influence anyone one way or the other, because it could most certainly be exactly what Adam said, that it's just an artifact that white skin, or there's great detail here that she's caught something that other people may have seen also. Don't know. I'm not saying that she's the only one that did it, but I did find it very intriguing when she sent it to me.
Absolutely. And I don't think there's any harm in I think anything anyone sees in Bridges in that picture, I think is valid. You know, I just think that, you know, the way then people take some things as fact, and it changes, you know, as they're like, oh, well, everyone knows that he's, you know, this and this. And then I'm like, well, it's still just an opinion, but, you know, it does no harm for people to think they see something if they call it in. You know, I've never disputed any of that. And Sunny knows that. Sunny knows I don't disagree with her.
Well, you know, I've spent personally, like I said, about 2.5 nights when I've gotten home from work, specifically on this particular object, until I get bored of it. I put it in AI. I chose not to show that one. Just, I wanted to see how it came out. It virtually came out the same, with this looking more enhanced here, as if it was, I don't know. It just, every time I see this, for some reason, I think of this as the face, and I think it's just what it's showing. It doesn't mean it's it, because of the way that the light has obviously glared off of this object from the light, the sun, you know. But it's one of those things that, like I said, when you actually go in it, it's not quite, you know, I mean, like it's deceptive, right? And so I just happened to get what I call, like I said, one of those nice shots that I remember I was zooming something in, and then that caught my eye. And I was like, you know what? I'm going to work on this part of the picture I had. Because I can tell, you guys know, those buckle straps, for instance. You know, when I say buckle straps, what I'm referring to is, here, let me put that other picture back.
Like this part.
No, not on your watch. I'm talking
about on, like, in the wrist of your jacket.
No. What I'm referring to is, okay, you know, on a fanny pack, when you close it up, right? That, what I call the little buckle strap things there, those little plastic strap things, the clicks that you click together. I absolutely know that the BG has an item that he's wearing that has those straps in it. Why? Because I can legitimately see the exact strap.
Right.
I can literally see the buckle strap. So I know there's an item that he's wearing that carries it. And actually, there's a strap just to the left of this, let's call it a watch, that there's this belt buckle strap. And anyone knows, I would hope that anyone knows, that it's clear as day that BG has this on his right arm. We'll call it his left arm to the video. Okay. It's clear as day that this is an item. It actually is clear as day, whether you guys know this or not. This is a hook. This is a hook shape. So you know what I was actually looking at that I thought was the most similar thing to it, and it doesn't mean it is that they have this thing called like a bush. It's a bush hook. And it looks like
a bush hook.
Yeah, a bush hook that looks very similar to that shape, and it's for kind of chopping down bushes in a sense. Doesn't mean it is. I just know that I've seen that hook for about 1.5 years now. I just cannot make out what this is on his arm, no matter how great a picture I think I got. It boggles my brain, because I'm not a hunter. I don't know. I don't know what this thing is. I know I've seen it way better than this, but I can't make out what it is, because I have no idea. I know that this is a strap on his arm. I know that that's a strap going from his back to his arm. And so when I say that there's a buckle thing here, it's because I see it, not in this picture, but I can see it in one of the same pictures. Whoops, sorry, of the of the, what we'll call it, the watch or whatever. I just chose to spend my time looking at.
And I found it extremely
Decipher.
fascinating because I'd looked at it and I never even thought about to zoom in on it. And when you zoomed in and you sent what it is, and of course we don't know what was done by whoever, and we don't know what layers were created. We don't know what the digital editing prior to these 48 are, but it was just very fascinating to me.
Mm-hmm.
And it still is, and it's very intriguing. And I don't know what the answer is either, because
No.
it's just something our
And
mind is creating. Don't know.
well, the thing is that we know something's here. We know something's reflecting light that's shiny, that's here. You know, like, so even if I'm zooming in here, for instance, if I was to guess or whatever, I can tell that there's this little piece that would say, you know what it reminds me of? You know, when you turn dial a watch, that little piece, that's what this reminds me of right here. Like that little piece that you would turn a watch. I could be wrong. I just mean that's what it reminds me of.
Yeah.
Like I said, is this going to be the end all to be all? No.
Yeah.
You know,
No. When you sent it to me, of course, I did exactly what, I looked at and I said, okay, let me put this two pieces together and send it back to you. And, but I mean, it doesn't mean it is what it is. It's just, it's a very odd thing that you would have
correct.
something out
think,
there that would create that shiny that matches everything that you thought it would.
well, think of this. I think of this. If the BG didn't have his phone out there, which chances are he didn't, they were probably smart enough not to, I would think.
Someone
so let's
had
say
a burner phone.
Huh?
Someone had a burner phone.
Perhaps. To me, if anything, this was to tell time, perhaps. You know, who knows? Maybe they wear a watch all the time. Maybe they wear it sometimes. Maybe this was specifically worn that day to tell time. Because they didn't say necessarily bring a phone, perhaps. I mean, chances are there was a burner phone there, probably. I mean, that would make sense that somebody had a phone.
Well, we know in the Ron Logan warrant that, that they had not identified the cell. They were looking for, a cell phone that they couldn't identify the number to.
Yeah.
Or they had the number to it, but no owner. Remember?
Okay. Yeah. Yep. To be honest, there's a lot to remember. Now, my husband needs to go to bed in 13 minutes or wants to come to bed. So I'm just going to, if you don't mind, Steve, and I still hope you're enjoying your time and you're probably really tired. I love you. Thank you so much for being, you're just one of the most generous people that I've known. I've never seen, you're very an unselfish person. Thank you. I really appreciate this giving side. It's those type of personalities in the world that, as me as a human, make me smile, because I know that they're out there and I know that they're few and far and in between, it seems like, but I can spot a good apple a mile away, and I know you're a good apple.
There's a certain personality trait for snipers that the patience of snipers were noted that will lay and sit for hours upon hours watching, and to that if we have to make a decision in a microsecond, that we don't get sidetracked and we can focus continuously hour after hour. And we're very, and not saying that y'all are, but that's just part of my personality trait, that for me to do certain jobs, I had to have, and I am. There's probably, at my department, I was noted as being one of the most patient men that ever worked there.
Yeah. And again, I can see that. Again, for me, I just consider it a blessing when I come across the path of people like yourself, people like Gonzo, a person like Cop Facts, a lot of people in the chat here that have just deep, caring hearts. And you can see, like, I know that we have certain people that donate, the same people, all the time. I've seen QWERTY donate in other channels. I've seen, Peace Not Silence. I've seen, and this doesn't make or break who's a better person, but I mean that I have spotted some very, very deep, caring people. And I don't want to say it as if to offend anybody, because some people can't afford or don't want to. Right? No one's forcing anyone to donate, but
just
then
caring about the girls is enough.
Yeah.
I know. And y'all have only seen my good side.
Yeah, yeah.
Y'all have no idea what my dark side is. You
Of
have,
course. Well, let's go down into the dark web and find out into the red room. Yeah, but
well,
you guys get what I'm saying. I see the same continuous people continuously donating, and they don't need to, but they do. They are basically saying, thank you for caring. Thank you for what you're doing. Thank you for what you're showing. And that's their way of saying, look, let me help you out a little bit. Did it out. Thank you for all the time and effort you put into doing this. And, like we like following you for whatever reasons. There's some people I don't know that are watching the live, and there's others that I see in here all the time. And not all of them, again, are donators, but I see them in here all the time. And
Time is donation too.
hey,
Their time is being donated too.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, again, just like I and you and Deb and that, we spend the time digging during our own time and stuff. And then there's people out there that say, hey, I want to say thank you for doing that. I want to say thank you because I like watching your channel. I want to say thank you because you're a good person. Whatever their reasons. I just want to say I appreciate all that. Appreciate Steve for coming on
oh,
and,
absolutely.
you
Hey,
know,
this
and
is, this is
now,
day 2, the Deb tour.
I know this is the takeover, right? Right, Sleuth. If Sleuth is ever watching this, this is Steve with the takeover. But I want to, and I want to ask you this too.
Sure.
I have seen what looks like handcuffs myself.
Okay.
I don't think I've really talked about them hardly ever because I haven't.
This
really,
is something new to me.
Yeah, I haven't really. Okay, there's a point in the video when he's walking, and this is what I believe adjusted fate that you were referring to. Let me see. I've hypnotized, or I've hypothesized it was handcuffs clicking that was caught on the audio. Okay, so I'll show you where I personally see it. And adjusted fate, you tell me if this is correct. Okay, where I've personally seen, I'm gonna have to go back to share screen, I guess, mode, and just your thoughts as well. No, okay. I have to open this back up for a moment. And I'm going to take you to a different picture. Teresa says, Steve, we do very much appreciate you much. Okay, so if you guys appreciate Steve, please make sure that you've subbed to his channel at True Crime Web for Steve. And if you could go over there and do that and give us a thumbs, a like or a thumbs down, doesn't matter, over here, that would be awesome. Yeah, thank you very much. And let's see here. So, but yeah, True Crime Web. Peace Not Silence. If you haven't, could you post his link again?
And Steve, you're probably growing really fast. I would assume your channel's probably growing really fast, right?
I don't know what rate would be fast or slow.
Right. I mean, I've been watching it.
How humble you are right there.
I remember. Let me put it this way. I remember that he was at 500 and I want to say 80 something. When he was, I think Monday. I want to say it was around that area. I just looked and he's at 645. So that's a pretty nice little growth considering, it's if you were on, say, Duty Ron, that number would have been 1,500 probably by the end of it. But you know what? It's kind of like myself. I was never in it for as many subscribers. When I grow, we grow.
So if you calculate that out, 30 days, 4 into the 600 something, 150 a week. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Right, exactly. You know what? Again, honestly, it's analytics, really.
Yeah. I
Okay.
I think because your integrity and your humbleness, I think it probably speaks volumes, and I think that's going to make people flock. I think that's going to make people attracted to your channel quickly because they feel like they're going to come and get the real deal.
At the end of the day,
I just want to have a good impact. That's all I want to do.
Correct. And that's my point. I don't care if I have 50,000 subscribers or that we're at 3,000 something. I, of course, understand that as we grow, more people are subscribing, type of thing. But, it's not one of those channels where we just go out of our way to go, oh my God, we need to get all these subscribers and da-da-da-da-da. It's growing at whatever rate. And it's fine because it's not our main focus. Our main focus is you walk away. We go look for other things. Sure, the more you grow, the more awareness you can bring. That's the best impact of it all. You know,
And
you don't. Yeah.
and one of the other things is that you have to be, what perspective am I growing that? I have no other, there's very few competitions or competitors in my field. And so am I growing at the same rate of other people that's in law enforcement perspective that may be in this web sleuth community? So I could be the worst performer of
Right.
of the law enforcement stuff, and I'm behind the curve at my growth rate because there's, from my understanding, there's only a limited number of people that have my background.
Right. But each
Right.
one of you are going to bring something different to the table.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so there's very few competitions, whereas other people out there that's coming into the web sleuth world, they don't have the law enforcement background, the badge, and like Sonny said earlier, and my wife tells me constantly that there's only, people want to hear from someone that's been down that path and has the law enforcement connection. And
Yeah.
and I, like I said, I don't know. I may be, like Cop Facts or whoever else, or some of these other guys that, I don't know what their growth rate was and how it is now. I have no idea.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, no, I was just, like I said, I was just referring to you just because, I think because of your integrity, I think it's, that speaks volumes.
Well, I appreciate
about
that.
How,
And thank you for that. It means a lot to me, regardless of wherever, how fast I grow, and if I do grow, or
right.
And how it goes. I have no idea yet. I'm
Right.
looking forward to it. If I'm that close, and I am that, I'll go check and see where I'm at. And
Right. And I'm sure that doesn't even matter. The truth. I'm sure that doesn't even matter to you that much. I just think it'll happen naturally.
I'm sure it will. I don't know. I don't know what happens at certain stages in this stuff. I have no idea.
Yeah. Again,
I'm gonna be asking y'all because you've been through where I'm at. Y'all,
I have not, but she has.
I'll put it to you this way. If you're a person like a lot of these other creators that throw out content about every case out there, because that's what they do, they talk about a lot of different cases, you will grow umpteen times faster because you're going to have the community of different places. If you mostly stick to Delphi, you're going to grow slower because there is certain people there are with Delphi. But so what I personally noticed just by knowing people from other cases is that the ones that have content that are talking about Summer Wells, they're talking about
Gabby Petito,
what's her name, Stouts or Staunch or whatever her name is, and that chick, that stepmom that killed her,
Lori Val.
Yeah. No, Staunch or Stouch or whatever her name is.
Oh,
But anyways, so if somebody is a person that's covering multiple amount of cases, their channel is going to grow exponentially faster.
right.
And they just will, because they're getting the people that love Suzanne Morphew, love Delphi, love Summer Wells, love this, love that. So you're going to bring in that area of reaching people. Those
Right.
people have grown. I've watched Duty Ron go from like 30 something to over 125K in a very short period of time.
Or if you post videos every day about Delphi that say things like Kelsey German's the master of lies.
Yeah, people are attracted to that too.
And you
But
get the crazy people.
yeah, in Delphi, just knowing that we focus on Delphi for the most part, even though we would like to branch out with some other ones like the Evansdale and stuff like that, I think is a great one that coincides nicely with Delphi. So then the channel's going to grow, but you're going to grow at a very much slower pace because you only got that part of the community coming to your channel. So it's just really out on how you choose to do your channel, Steve. Right? If you focus on just Delphi, you're going to get some creators, but you're not going to grow fast and furious.
Mhm.
If you cover a lot of cases to show a lot of things, you will grow exponentially faster. Simple as that. I've watched it happen, and that's just the way it works. And if I wanted to and I cared that much, I would be that way. But it was never about money. My focus was to yes. So my husband, my
I think
focus.
as long as you follow what you're
Okay, honey.
to you, you're good to go.
Yeah,
Right.
Like I said, this isn't about the money part or anything like that. Yes, I want to grow it as a channel, but at the end of the day, it's about staying to your roots, the core of who you are as a person.
Mhm.
And I can tell you that I really didn't want to be in the true crime community. I really have a bad taste, or felt like I was having a bad taste of, it's a heavy subject. And to go with that heavy subject, then you have trolls that come along with it. And I was like, I don't need this stuff. Like duh. And
Right.
but as time has grown, I would have said probably half a year ago, I don't care. This isn't what I want to do. But honestly, once I pushed the people's crap to the side that are the negative ones, the trolls, whatever. Once you kind of
Mhm.
push them to the side and go, you know what? My focus is where it should be. I don't give a crap what others want to talk about, because it doesn't matter how good of a person you are, Steve, right? Doesn't matter. There's always those people that come beat you down, right? Doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And so, but my passion for it, if I have and block my thinking and not think about the fact that Abby and Libby were murdered, and I'm just focusing on the task at hand, and know that I'm doing a better of the good by keeping their case alive or other cases alive, because the families love the fact that attention is being brought to their cases. That's the rewarding side of it. That's the rewarding part of it. And so for that, nobody can take that away from me. I don't give a crap who you are. Donate 0 cents. I do not care. All I'm
Right.
saying is that the basis of who I am and what I do is always and will always be from my heart, you know?
Right.
And
But it doesn't mean it doesn't get hard though sometimes. And so, I think Son
yeah,
and I both can tell you,
yeah,
there are sometimes you just have to be like, you know what, I have to take a weekend off,
yeah,
because if you give too much of yourself to it, sometimes you're no good to it.
Well, I
yeah,
mean, and I've been involved in where everything was on the line instantly. That you have no choice when you show up, that you have to dedicate a week or 2 weeks of your life to follow up on one simple. It's not as simple or small, because everything that you do in the next 2 weeks is going to decide if this case gets solved or not. So
Right.
working on the web sleuth stuff, it's nothing. When someone sends me something to look at, I can handle it in a matter of moments and stuff, because the complexities of looking at one image is nothing of versus what when you have to go to a crime scene and it's over 100, it's bigger than a football field, and you have to decide how to approach it and how to solve it, and gather the best evidence to solve a case. So, but once again, I was trained to handle that and to do
Right.
that. Now, what have we got here?
Oh, I'm just playing around while you were talking,
Oh,
dude.
I'm sorry.
No, I was just listening to
Is
you.
that really quick though, Steve? Is that part of the training though, Steve, where they is in law enforcement where they that they teach you ways to compartmentalize that stuff so that you can do your job the best way still possibly without having it affect you?
When you get more specialized fields, such as the crime scene investigations and of that, yes, you get more specialized. Whereas you understand the rules of search patterns. You
Okay.
understand how to approach. You understand that if we have a point of entry here, that we're not going. That if this is the way bad guy came in to the crime scene, we're not coming in that way. We have to find an alternative route.
Okay.
But all that is just it, and you do it enough, it becomes second nature. That and when you see someone violate the rules, you correct that issue, and because you can't have destruction of evidence. And it's really quite simple, but it's just a matter of going to school and getting what is the correct method and the timeline of and how you approach stuff. It's all logical. I mean, it's
So
all
gone are the
basic
days
logic.
you don't just try to walk around where you think the footsteps
Oh
might
yeah,
have been.
no, there's nothing. There is
Like-
nothing that's haphazard everything is structured. And, because if you go in there, they're going to destroy you on the stand in front of 12 jurors and a judge if you mess up those rules of conduct.
Steve, just because I need to get going here in a moment. So basically for me, whenever I've seen, now this is not the best picture at all. Whenever I've seen handcuffs, they were like right in this section right here. It's almost like and you don't know. The thing is that it's so weird because this is a crease to the pants and you can tell. But then at some point when the BG's walking, and I'd have to show it on the video at some point, when the BG's walking, you can make out what would seem like handcuffs. I'm not sure, Adjusted Fate, if this is the area you're thinking, or if you're thinking that this is the badge or something like that. And we can tell that there's something here as well. But anyways, when I've personally seen this handcuff, it's basically been right in this section right here where it literally looks like handcuffs. But you don't know if it's the pants playing tricks on you or if it's actually truly handcuffs. But this is not the picture to show that for.
Yeah. Actually, I have a video that I created content on that focuses on that shadow area on the left thigh at the groin, that dark, and it's it's on my channel. And Marvin Frank, you see that darkest shadow that right there?
Here?
I did a whole thing, and if you can go watch it and come to your own conclusion, am I right or am I wrong? Don't know, but I believe there's some digital editing that occurred up where you have it in pink there, where the fanny pack is, of what I believe is there. I believe that is a layer that was created, and that's some of the digital editing that law enforcement did to
cover something up.
Cover something up, yes.
Right. So what did you believe was in this area?
Nothing there, but other than the fanny pack. If you take that fanny pack that it's not connected to, because it's not covered by shadow. If that fanny pack was on his belt, there would be shadow. It's outside the shadow line. So it's a layer that is, to me, that is indicative of a digital thing. As a sniper, we're trained to identify certain shadows. When I see the shadow that's on his left thigh at the groin area, I identify that as something that was representative of a firearm. And when you watch the video, you'll see I went out and created control tests. I have, and like I said, once you watch the video, you'll understand where I'm coming from. Does it mean that's exactly what it is? No, but it most certainly explains why I consider that for what it is.
Yeah. I think just before we get going here, Adjusted Fate. Is this what you're talking about right here?
I see what she's talking about. Yeah, I see that one. I see what you're talking about there.
Yeah. See, now, you know what? I'll show you guys a picture too when I come across it again of what I've seen for an image.
It's the one you're sending here. It's kind of like right there, right? Like in the middle.
Mine, the one. Okay, when
I remember you had the one. I remember you sent one once.
Yeah. Yeah. But again, it's one of those things that, do I see it visually hanging on him? No. It almost looks like it was put in the pocket. But again, it's so deceptive. That's why I'm very careful with what I do show and don't show. If I'm not convinced myself, I'm sure not going to really put it, like, I'd have to be at least 70 or 80% accurate before I'll show something, to kind of surmise, like, hey, could this be whatever? Because obviously if I show it to other people, like I did with Steve there, and showed him that what I thought was, kind of could be a watch, wasn't sure what his thoughts were on it, because obviously more eyes are better than just one, and someone can go, oh, that looks like this, and I could go, oh, you're right, it is more that thing or that shape, or it gives me something to ponder over more so. But just as a whole, the video, I can't stress this enough. Okay, you said right side, but this is his right side. Are you
It,
meaning right side, this side adjusted? Or are you talking about right here? Because as we're looking at the picture, we consider the left side facing to be where the pouch is.
yeah.
So, are you talking about like right beside this pink to the right hand side of that? If I remember correctly, handcuffs can only be seen when the fanny pack Mr. Steve talks about. Oh, so she thinks it's on the left side if we're looking at the photo. Okay, I've never seen anything personally there. Um,
Yeah, I think there was a lot of digital etching there that the purpose of that when the law enforcement's talking about that Libby was extremely brave and
yeah,
courageous. I
yeah,
think it was more than just woman intuition that she started filming Bridge Guy.
yeah.
I,
Oops, sorry,
I,
you're hiding.
I believe that there was something that she saw that made her turn the phone on and start recording.
Absolutely. Even if she was recording Abby at the time, and
Mhm.
then like maybe she took it out. She was like recording Abby, or maybe she was recording Abby, and then the bridge guy just came up really fast.
Yeah. And
And
but there
that
was something that there's something that
correct.
makes law enforcement saying that she was courageous.
Yep.
Yeah.
And for you to say that someone's courageous, that means that they're facing danger.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, you're not being courageous just to take a picture of a man walking across a bridge.
Right.
You're courageous when you see great danger.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
And what was that great danger? But that's from me and my law enforcement that words mean things.
Right, right,
Mm-hmm.
exactly. It's no different than hiding in plain sight.
Mm-hmm.
Certain terminologies that are commonly used by LE or police that
Yeah.
means something to you guys. You guys know that more so. So you guys
Yeah.
have the keen ear for it.
And
Like we
what would
talked
have
the
been
other night about
courageous
why they
for
were.
yeah, what would have been courageous for a 15 or a 14-year-old girl and I give her absolutely, it was unbelievable. But for
Mhm.
that word to be used, there has to be a reason of why they would say that word, that, of being so courageous of what her actions were. And that indicative to me is that there had to be something more. It's not just a chance picture of a guy. I mean, like I said, what was courageous about taking a picture of a man walking across a bridge? Nothing. But it is extremely courageous when they're walking towards you with a firearm and you have the presence of mind to include them in the video. And you might even use it as a bargaining tool that, hey, I got you on video, guy. Don't harm us. It's uploaded. It's out there. There's
Yeah,
nothing you can do about it.
yeah,
And which I don't know if that happened. That's just speculation on my
I know.
part. But
Yeah,
regardless, we have to give her, regardless if it was for that or if it was just intuition, that they did do something great for everybody.
Or if it was having the opportunity to get away, but she didn't because she didn't leave her friend.
That's true. Absolutely.
yeah,
But
yeah,
yeah, and and that you may be absolutely correct. That what they're talking about,
yeah.
and I don't know. We won't know until we have the unedited, absolutely what it is.
Yeah.
Right.
I need to get going here.
I know.
Yeah, I didn't realize it was so late.
Yeah, I have actually to get up because we have a meeting in the morning. But anyway, Steve, so just to double check with you, Sunday and Monday, I'm not sure what you guys are doing, but if Mrs. Steve, you and Mrs. Steve wanna, come on. Adam, you have Sunday off and then you have the Monday off? Are you doing anything? Like basically I'm just trying to set up a time that Mr. and Mrs. Steve want to come on. Because she said she would love to come on. And so, yeah. And I'm saying, okay, well, Sunday, we can do it earlier.
I told you about Mrs. Steve's sleep patterns. And so she's good. And you can have her up until 10 o'clock is what she said, because
Yeah.
she gets up extremely early. She's one of those that goes to bed early and gets up early.
It's at Eastern time, right?
Yeah, that's Eastern Standard Time. And
that's right.
And
You're
she's
in
good to
Georgia.
go until 10 o'clock.
Now, Sunday's Father's Day.
Oh, Correct.
Yeah.
Sunday's Father's Day. Don't want to do it on Father's Day, I'm sure.
Yeah. And Monday, most certainly it don't matter about Monday, but we will be doing a show on Monday at 8 o'clock. Because
Okay.
Yeah.
8 o'clock.
Maybe next Wednesday, the 22nd, or
And we're doing one on Wednesday. Next week is my first
No.
double.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you doing anything specifically for Father's Day?
I'm trying to think.
You know,
No,
don't.
I don't know.
Yeah, no
No,
pressure.
I'm a granddaddy now. My kid, she may pass by and throw me out a hamburger or something, but that'll be about
You know
it.
what? Just shoot your schedule
Yeah.
our way in your time zone, and then we'll just work out a day. Because
even if we started at 8 o'clock or something like that, and then that way you're in bed by 10.
Yeah, exactly.
Like
Even
I
if
said,
it's on a Tuesday or I don't care if I have to do it under live.
I mean, we can start at whatever time y'all want to start at, but it's just that she'll leave us, she'll abandon, and she'll go to bed at 10, and I can stay as long as.
Yeah, I know, right?
Yeah.
Thank you, Mrs. Steve. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time tonight,
Absolutely.
Adam and Steve. Thank you so much. And again, please go over to True Crime Web's channel. And again, is there anything at all you wanted to say before we head out tonight, Steve, besides me saying thank you? And
oh yeah, like I said, always the main purpose is let's do something that's and serve and do what Libby and Abby deserves to be done in their cases, that we bring justice for them. And we have to always remember that's all that matters, is that we take this psychopath off the streets, and we have a great opportunity to do so.
Yeah, and that's what matters. Like I said, it doesn't have to be the bickering between channels or anything like that. There's no power struggle here. And there's no power struggle about it. It is about Abby and Libby. And again, just helping each other. There's no harm in that. It's, good things.
Once again, I appreciate the opportunity to come here, and I hope I've been of some aid to you. But I'll see y'all.
I know you can't leave
it's been a pleasure both nights.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
I gotta get.
And as we're glossing, I'm just going to give a shout out to Cordy for your $10, Cordy for your $50 donation tonight. Support with Stefa, $5. Vanessa, your $10. Callie, $19.99. This was earlier in the day. Charlie Lynn, Cordy again. Curly Jade, $9.99. And Sloopy, there she is, $20. Again, thank you guys for your donations to Adam this morning. After that long live, he can never complain about me ever. Because what was that, 3 hours and how long, Adam?
I didn't think it was gonna last 10 minutes, but
I know.
I have a new record now. I was only on for 3 hours and 40 something minutes last time. We beat 4 now.
Oh my God. I can't even believe it. I remember when the clock said an hour, and I'm thinking, oh, we're going to be done here in 2 hours.
No.
No.
So I'm now the official. I'm past the 4 hour thing now. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I get at some point, if ever somebody ever knows about the dark web themselves, 69 people in watching. That's but anyways, if anybody does know more about the dark web and ever wants to come on, email at crimeandshame@gmail.com. Oh my God, I didn't have the little ticker going all night.
I was going to say something earlier, but then I forgot because we were
it's all good.
Else, but
so at crimeandshame@gmail.com. If anyone ever wants to show me like Keegan Dunker,
we'll do it Friday night. We'll take it.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you guys. Have a great night.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Steve.
Y'all have a great
night, everyone.
Take care. And poor Steve. He's gonna be like, oh my God, like, no. You know what? I think Steve enjoys it too.
I don't know if he knows what to make of me, but
no, he's probably going, okay, so Sonny can talk.
Are you gonna end the broadcast, Sonny?
Yeah, I guess I should end the broadcast. Yeah. I've been on the Onion. Oh, Adjusted Fate, have you? Well, Adjusted, if you ever want to come on the live, email me, the Crime and Shame. Anyone else? Joey, thank you so much.
Joey, what about me?
What about you? You got
Adam, check Facebook messages.
Adam, check Facebook messages. There you go. Chaotic cares about you. She's going, Adam, can you come on my live the same time that you guys are going to do your live with Mrs. Steve and Mr. Steve? Just teasing. Okay.
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, nothing.
No, nothing at all. Nothing at all. Nothing to see here, people. Nothing to see. All right. Anyways, you guys have a great night and take care and have a happy Father's Day to all the fathers out there.
Well,
So
we'll be here Friday night, Sonny.
yeah, we'll be here Friday night. Yeah.
So,
All right. We don't know what we're going to talk about right now, but we'll figure it out. I'll tell you that much. Take care, guys. Have a great
have a good
night.
night, everyone.
Thanks for coming to see us. Yeah. Yep.